Chapter 690. The yin-yang diagram forcefully separated the energy in Zichen's abdomen. After the extreme yin and extreme yang were separated in abdomen, they continued to rotate with the yin-yang diagram. The two energies separated and started to form a core under the rules. In theory, one abdomen forming two cores seemed to have a higher chance of success at this moment. Could it really succeed? Elder Hiroshi, who was controlling the yin-yang diagram, had a flash of light in his eyes. There was a hint of joy on his face. The yin-yang diagram rotated above Zichen's head. At the same time, it also caused the extreme energy in Zichen's body to rotate. After losing control of Zichen's body, which was half gold and half silver, it also rotated with the yin-yang diagram. Under the balance of the rotation, the two extreme energies in Zichen's abdomen showed signs of forming a core. With the yin-yang diagram's control, things were developing as expected. The theoretical conclusion of forming two cores seemed to be about to be proven on Zichen's body. Zichen's body was completely out of control. He couldn't speak or speak, but he could feel the two extreme energies forming a core as they rotated in balance. When the core was formed, there would be two cores in Zichen's body, one yin core and one yang core. At that time, Zichen would step into the primal core realm and become a primal core old monster. Outside the formation, Elder Hiroshi stared at Zichen with his eyes wide open. He was about to witness a miracle with his own eyes. As time passed, in Zichen's dantian, the yin and yang extreme energies had already formed the embryonic form of a primordial core. The two extreme energies were far apart in Zichen's dantian and then transformed into a primordial core under the guidance of the rules. Time passed quickly. After about 15 minutes, the two cores formed in Zichen's body. One core emitted a bright golden light and was extremely hot. It represented the core formed by the extreme yang energy. The other core was silver and extremely cold. It was the core formed by the extreme yin energy. The two cores formed at the same time. Once again, they reached a balance. Yin and yang coexisted and continued to rotate under the guidance of the yin-yang diagram. It's done. It's really done. Outside the formation, Elder Mo shouted excitedly after seeing the success of the elixir. Zichen let out a huge sigh of relief. It seemed that luck was still on his side. He had successfully formed his gold core and broken through to the inner core stage. He could go back now. Now, all he had to do was wait for the two primordial cores to slowly approach each other as they revolved. Then, they would revolve together and form a balance between yin and yang. A sudden change occurred. The two primordial cores that had just been formed started to tremble in abdomen, as if they were extremely unstable and showed signs of collapsing. Just as Zichen was confused, a vast power of the rules suddenly appeared in his abdomen. After this power of the rules appeared, it went straight to the two elemental cores. Like a powerful attack, the two unstable elemental cores immediately scattered in the next moment. The rules shattered the two elemental cores, and the elemental cores once again turned into pure yin and yang energy. Under the power of the rules, the two types of energy broke free from the pull of the yin-yang diagram. Just like before, they began to gather and form the core. In a short moment, Zichen's vitality turned into a crisis. No. Outside the formation, Elder Mo let out a cry of alarm. His expression had completely changed. He urged the yin-yang diagram with all his strength. Pure yin and yang energy continued to surge out of the yin-yang diagram, and then crazily rushed toward Zichen's abdomen, trying to stop the two extreme energies that were about to come into contact. However, there was an additional power of the rules between the two extreme energies. This caused the yin and yang energy to be greatly hindered, and it was actually unable to stop the two extreme energies. Rules, it's this damned rule again. Elder Mo's exasperated voice came from outside the formation. At this moment, he did not hesitate to mobilize the soul power in his body to control the yin-yang diagram. Under the continuous injection of yin and yang energy, he finally stopped the extreme energies before Zichen's body exploded. Zichen's heart was in his throat. It could be said that he was extremely nervous. After the extreme energies were stopped again, even though he could not control his body, he was still covered in cold sweat. Outside the formation, it was the same for Elder Mo. If his speed was any slower, Zichen would be finished. After successfully stabilizing the pinnacle energy, the yin-yang diagram continued to revolve. Just like before, it wanted to drive the pinnacle energy to form the core again. However, within Zichen's dantian, there was now the rule power of the shattering yuan pill. Under the control of this energy, the pinnacle energy was no longer as cooperative as before. It was almost as if he had used all his strength before the two energies began to operate. The speed was very slow, and when it was operating, a trace of the two extreme energies would occasionally surge out. This trace of energy would explode upon contact and continue to wreak havoc. Faint golden blood would occasionally flow out from the corner of Zichen's mouth. It was clearly a success. It's all because of this damned power of the rules. Outside the formation, Elder Mo's expression became extremely ugly. He knew that he had missed the only opportunity. It was already very unrealistic for Zichen to form two more origin cores. Now that he was controlling the yin-yang diagram with all his strength, it was more to delay Zichen's death by a little. Of course, he still had a trace of luck in his heart. Perhaps with the passage of time, this power of the rules would be obliterated and there would be a possibility of forming the core again. However, Elder Mo did not dare to guarantee that the same thing would happen when the time came. As the yin-yang diagram consumed more and more energy, it became more and more difficult for Elder Mo to control it. He knew that once he could no longer maintain control of the yin-yang diagram, it would be the time of Zichen's death. In Zichen's abdomen, more and more energy was escaping. The destructive force produced by the mutual contact was also getting stronger. At this rate, before Zichen could find a second chance to form the core, he would be the first to die from the energy contact. Although he knew that death was approaching, Zichen had no way of saving himself. He could only wait for death. Furthermore, the surging energy on the yin-yang diagram was not as strong as before, causing more extreme energies to overflow from his abdomen. Zichen had already foreseen his fate. Death was only a matter of time. Zichen, there's not much time left. Listen to me. Elder Mo's voice suddenly sounded. According to the original plan, forming two elemental cores is still possible. Other than that, there's no way for you to survive. Now, there's only one chance left. That is, I will control the yin-yang diagram with all my strength and then separate the yin and yang energies again. When the power of the rules disappears, you can try to form the core again. If you fail again, it proves that this method is not working. Cultivating the yin-yang technique at the same time is a dead end. There will be no such method in the world. If you succeed, then congratulations on breaking through to the Jindan realm. If you encounter a suitable opportunity, spread the yin-yang technique separately. Just as Elder Mo was speaking, the extreme energies in Zichen's abdomen erupted again. There's not much time left. It's up to you whether you can seize this opportunity. There's only one chance. Whether you can survive or not depends on fate. Elder Mo's voice slowly became low. Then, he said, I'm leaving. To be able to see you grow step by step, I'm very gratified and happy. I hope you can live on and create your own glory. Zichen did not speak. He could not speak. However, he had a premonition that something had happened. Elder Mo must have sacrificed himself to fight for his last chance. No. Zichen screamed in his heart. He wanted to stop Elder Mo's actions. Unfortunately, he could not speak. Only silent tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. If this is really a dead end, then let this path disappear forever. Elder Mo's voice was filled with determination. Then, Zichen felt that the yin-yang diagram's energy was getting weaker and weaker. However, in the next moment, a terrifying aura burst out. Two thick yin and yang energies directly merged into Zichen's abdomen. Then, the two yin and yang energies forcefully separated the extreme energies and rotated. As for the power of the rules from before, under the forceful influx of yin and yang energies, its luster dimmed. Elder Mo disappeared. He entered the yin-yang diagram and burned all of his soul power to provide powerful energy for the yin-yang diagram. However, there was only one source of energy. There was no follow-up support. When it burned out, the yin-yang diagram would stop operating and dissipate. Zichen knew that Elder Mo had left. This old senior who had helped him through danger many times had burned his soul power for him. He used his own life to fight for Zi Chen's slim chance of survival. Inside the stone house, it became quiet. A yin-yang diagram was operating. A youth with a sorrowful face was silent. His body was emitting two types of light. This was only on the surface. In abdomen, the extreme energies were rotating. The power of the rules had also dimmed as time passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The yin-yang diagram's speed of operation slowed down. The power of the rules had also been exhausted to the limit in 3 days and finally dissipated. Just as Elder Mo had guessed, after the power of the rules disappeared, the two extreme energies formed a core again. Zi Chen's heart was bitter. Elder Mo had sacrificed himself to fight for a chance of survival for him. However, whether Zi Chen could survive under this chance of survival was still unknown. This time, the core formation was relatively fast. It only took 2 hours. After 2 hours, 2 Yuan Dans appeared in Zi Chen's body again. One was extreme yin, and the other was extreme yang. The yin-yang diagram did not stop operating. It was still rotating with the 2 Yuan Dans. The 2 Yuan Dans were also slowly approaching in the trajectory of rotation. It seemed like there should be signs of yin and yang coexisting. Whether it was in theory or in practice, the coexistence of yin and yang was feasible. 2 Yuan Dans were also feasible. However, the premise was that the rules allowed it. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Zi Chen's breaths felt like years. He was extremely nervous. He was afraid that the power of the rules would appear again. If the power of the rules appeared again, Zi Chen would definitely die. 5 breaths passed. The power of the rules did not appear, and the 2 Yuan Dans were also slowly approaching. After 10 breaths, the 2 Yuan Dans were already close to each other, coexisting and rotating. However, the heaven and earth rules still did not appear. Just when Zi Chen thought that the core formation was successful and that the power of the rules would not appear again, a vast majestic force suddenly appeared in the sky. The power of the rules appeared again. This time, the power of the rules was even stronger. As soon as it appeared, it directly shattered the 2 Yuan Dans in Zi Chen's body. At the same time, it also shattered the yin-yang diagram above Zi Chen's head in an instant through the yin and yang energy. The yin-yang diagram shattered. Zi Chen once again regained the initiative of his body. However, at this moment, the two extreme energies had already made contact. P.S. Well, if I can stay in the top 10 of the PK leaderboard this month, I will update 10 times on a certain day next month. As for this month's update, it will also be made up for next month. Chapter 691. The moment the energy touched, death was imminent. Zi Chen's mind went blank. The two extreme energies exploded with a loud bang. Zi Chen felt that his body was being torn apart by this energy. Then, he lost consciousness. The destructive force produced by the collision of two completely opposite energies was unimaginable. Even a cultivator's self-detonation of his elemental core was not as terrifying as this energy. Zi Chen's fate was sealed at this moment. The terrifying aura produced by the collision of the two energies would explode until nothing was left of him. Not even his bones would remain. Fortunately, he had already fainted. Even if he died, he would not feel any pain. However, something strange happened again. Just as Zi Chen's body was about to be torn apart by the destructive energy, the Lei Yuan in Zi Chen's abdomen vibrated. It was unknown whether the Lei Yuan had been stimulated by the power of the laws, or the destructive energy produced by Zi Chen's abdomen's self-detonation had triggered it. In any case, the Lei Yuan moved. After a tremor, it moved from Zi Chen's abdomen to Zi Chen's abdomen. It was like teleportation. It disappeared on one side and appeared on the other. The Lei Yuan entered Zi Chen's abdomen. At this moment, the destructive aura produced by the collision of the two extreme energies had just spread out in Zi Chen's abdomen. It was also at its most terrifying moment. The Lei Yuan entered abdomen. A silvery light swept out in all directions. Under this silvery light, the space in abdomen seemed to have fallen into eternity. The destructive energy stopped in an instant, as if it had been immobilized or time had stopped. The entire destructive storm came to a standstill in an instant. Even the power of the natural order came to a standstill. While everything was still in Zichen's abdomen, the Lei Yuan was absorbing the stationary destructive energy in abdomen. At this moment, the Lei Yuan seemed to have turned into a bottomless pit, crazily absorbing the energy in Zichen's abdomen. The energy produced by the collision of two extreme energies was extremely terrifying. However, under the devouring of Lei Yuan, this energy became extremely obedient and allowed Lei Yuan to absorb it. In less than a quarter of an hour, all the destructive energy in Zichen's abdomen had been completely absorbed by Lei Yuan. Except for Lei Yuan, Zichen's abdomen was empty. Lei Yuan had saved Zichen from the danger of exploding. After absorbing the destruction energy, Lei Yuan did not return to the heart. Instead, it quietly floated in Zichen's abdomen. It looked like a silver elemental core. Inside the Thunder Yuan, the extreme yin and extreme yang were like two swimming dragons colliding with each other. They wanted to fuse, but they also wanted to see who was better. The current Lei Yuan was like a silver elemental core, but also like another abdomen, trapping the ultimate energies within and allowing them to torment each other. The destructive energy continued to wreak havoc, but it was unable to break through the lightning element. The firmness of the lightning element was simply unimaginable. As for Zichen, he was still in a deep coma. 2 days after Zichen's departure, Shangguan Feixiong brought Shangguan Yu and Shangguan Bingxi back to Chaos City. When Shangguan Feixiong found out that Zichen had gone to undergo the tribulation, he could only let out a helpless sigh. With two types of extreme energies, it was almost impossible for him to break through to the primal core realm. Shangguan Yu left reluctantly. At the same time, she begged Wang Xian to send her a message if Zichen returned successfully. It would take a few days to travel from the chaotic lands to the barbarian lands, and then to the ruins, where Zichen was going to undergo the tribulation. In addition to the time needed to calm down and adjust his state of mind, as well as the time needed to go through the tribulation, even if Zichen was special, he would be able to return in a month. This was the estimated time that Zichen would return after successfully breaking through to the primal core realm. The latest was a month. Of course, it could be earlier. After careful calculation, they all agreed that the possibility of Zichen returning early would be after the 10th day. 10 days passed quickly, and it was time for Zichen to return early. Everyone was a little absent-minded. They sent people out to check if Zichen had returned. Of course, he didn't. Not to mention the 10th day, Zichen didn't even appear on the 20th day. Time passed day by day, and Zichen still hadn't returned. Everyone became very anxious. Wang Xian even locked herself in her room and refused to see anyone. Soon, the expected time for Zichen's return came. 30 days was the latest time for Zichen to return after successfully breaking through to the primal core realm. If he didn't return after this time, Zichen might be in danger. On this day, Wang Xian walked out of her room and left the heavenly barbarian pavilion alone. She waited on the path that Zichen had to pass by on his way back. From dawn to night, until the sun rose the next day, Wang Xian still didn't see Zichen. Maybe he was delayed by something. Wang Xian comforted herself and waited for another day. Then, day after day, Wang Xian waited at the same spot for 10 days, but there was still no sign of Zichen. Zichen had already left for 40 days. If he had successfully formed his aurous core, he would have returned long ago. It was abnormal that he hadn't returned yet. I won't cry. I believe that you're still alive. On the 11th day, Wang Xian returned to the heavenly barbarian pavilion. However, she still thought that Zichen was still alive. Seeing Wang Xian return alone, everyone naturally understood what had happened. Suddenly, they were all in low spirits. Zichen must be alive, Wang Xian said with certainty. Looking at the stubborn and even paranoid Wang Xian, everyone nodded and chose to believe her. It had only been 41 days. Perhaps Zichen had encountered some other matters after breaking through to the primal core realm, which delayed his return. Everyone had all sorts of reasons to believe that Zichen was still alive. However, when the second 41 days came, Zichen still didn't appear. Zichen had disappeared for a total of 82 days. In these 3 months, he could have gone through 8 or 10 heavenly lightning tribulations, let alone one. Everyone had bad guesses in their hearts. Time had mercilessly shattered all the reasons why they had guessed that Zichen wouldn't return. Other than Wang Xian who still believed that Zichen was still alive, the others weren't so optimistic. I believe that Zichen must be alive. Every time Zichen was mentioned, Wang Xian would say this with certainty. Everyone nodded. What else could they do besides nodding? In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Zichen still hadn't appeared. In this year, the Liu clan and the Qin clan had sent resources twice. Wang Qiong asked them about Zichen, but both of them shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know anything. Moreover, through Wang Qiong, they also found out why Zichen had left the last time. Zichen is indeed alive. Although I don't know why Zichen hasn't returned after so long, I can feel that he is still alive. After a year, when everyone thought that Zichen was dead, Longhu, who had returned, firmly believed that Zichen was still alive. What? Longhu, you're sure that Zichen is still alive? You said that you can sense Zichen's vitality. Is that true? Wang Qiong and the others were shocked when they heard that. Longhu was brought out by Zichen from the ancient battlefield. When he was hatched, he absorbed Zichen's blood. It was said that he had some kind of contract with Zichen. Wang Xian believed it based on her instincts. Everyone wasn't optimistic, but Longhu's words carried a lot of weight. I'm sure that his vitality is still alive, Longhu said with certainty. That's great. As long as Zichen is alive, he will definitely return one day. Everyone's mood instantly turned for the better. After Wang Xian heard that, she personally asked Longhu about it. She was afraid that it was a lie made up by Wang Shan to make her happy. Zichen's vitality has never disappeared, but it's not strong either. He's in a strange state, Longhu said honestly. Then can you sense his location? Can you bring me to him? Wang Xian begged. Longhu shook his head. I can only sense his vitality and that he's still alive. As for his specific location, I can't sense it. Although she couldn't find Zichen, Wang Xian was satisfied when she heard that Zichen was still alive. Her face glowed again. Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion, Heavenly Barbarian Hall. Once again, it was time for the half-yearly gathering. Everyone arrived early. Tyrant, Wang Shan, Zhong Haotian, Wu Mo, Wu Liu, and the Devil Ape were all present. Wang Qiong sat on the side seat of the pavilion master. Ever since Zichen left to undergo his tribulation, they had already gathered 6 times in total for this half-yearly gathering. In other words, Zichen had disappeared for 3 years. In these 3 years, the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion had developed very smoothly. The Devil Ape had also successfully passed the Heavenly Tribulation and reached the nascent core realm. Other than that, Wu Mo, Qin Xing, Qin He, and Miao Kong had also successfully passed the Heavenly Tribulation and reached the nascent core realm. It's been 3 years, and there's still no news about Zichen. Tyrant was the first to speak. It had been 3 years since Zichen left the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. The Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion had already embarked on the path of development. There wouldn't be any problems in a short period of time. Everyone had gathered for half a year, and the topic of discussion was almost always Zichen. Breaking through to the nascent core realm took at least a few hours, and at least a few days. There was almost no situation like Zichen, who had disappeared for 3 years. If Longhu hadn't been so sure that Zichen was still alive, they would have thought that something had happened to Zichen. The 3 forces sent back news 2 days ago. They had already entered the depths of the ruins, and they didn't find anything. Wang Qiong said, however, Longhu said that although Zichen's life aura is strange, it has always been very stable. I don't think anything has happened to him. The gathering was quickly dismissed. They only needed to know one thing, and that was whether Zichen was still alive. As long as he was alive, he would return one day. Very quickly, the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th gatherings began and ended. Zichen had disappeared for a total of 5 years. After 5 years of majestic development, the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion had also encountered some small problems. Fortunately, Wang Qiong had a sense of propriety. These small problems were nothing. In these 5 years, Wang Qiong had only held 2 auctions. "Sir, you were looking for me?" Wu Liu walked into Wang Qiong's room. "Did the Qin clan send the elixirs on time?" Wang Qiong asked. Chapter 692. The quantity is insufficient. Wang Qiong frowned slightly. It's not just the quantity. Compared to before, the pills refined from the same herbs are 20% cheaper. The quality is also lacking. Wu Liu's voice was tinged with anger. It had been 5 years since Zi Chen had disappeared, and the Qin family had been cooperating with the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion for 5 years. During these 5 years, Wang Qiong had been paying the primordial stones according to the remuneration Zi Chen had given to the Qin family. Therefore, the remuneration the Qin family had received from the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion was an astronomical figure. In addition, the Qin family also had a shop in the market that specialized in selling pills. As the quality of the pills they refined was very high, after 5 years of development, this shop had become the #1 pill shop in the market. The daily profit was a very objective figure. After developing in the land of chaos for 5 years, the Qin family had relied on the resources here to suppress the Wang and Liu families. They had become the largest force in the land of chaos with the most resources. Once a person had resources, they would naturally have more ideas. As their horizons broadened, they would no longer pay attention to what was once considered a sky-high reward in their eyes. "My lord, the Qin family has gone overboard these few times. They are also restless in the market. It is said that they have secretly contacted many forces. There is also news that they have privately sold treasured pills." Wu Liu's eyes flashed coldly when he saw Wang Qiong frowning without speaking. He said, "My lord, the Qin family's actions are clearly provoking the Heavenly Man Pavilion. Should we send someone to warn them?" Wang Qiong returned to his senses and shook his head. He said, "There is no need. When they made the deal with Zi Chen, they did not say that they would only serve us. However, the people of the Qin clan are too much. They were able to rise up in just 5 years. This is closely related to the resources we provided. Especially Zi Chen, who gave them resources and primordial stones so that they could rebuild. We don't know how much resources they secretly embezzled, but now, they are not even giving us what we are supposed to. If we continue to swallow our anger, they will definitely think that we are afraid of them and will not return to the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion." Wang Qiong pondered for a moment and said, "It's fine to give them a warning at the right time, but they have to know their limits. In terms of alchemy, we do need to rely on the Qin clan. It won't look good if we fall out with them. However, we have to get them to make up for the incomplete alchemy pills. Those are items from ancient beasts, and they can't be bought in the outside world." Wu Liu nodded, indicating that she understood. Right when they were about to leave, Wu Liu suddenly turned around and said, "Right, my lord, there's one more thing. When the Qin clan came this time, they clearly stated that they wanted to use the blood essence of a king beast to refine some pills. Moreover, they definitely told us that the success rate of refining pills with high-quality blood essence would be very high." When Wang Qiong heard this, he smiled and asked, "Do you think we should give them the essence blood of the ancient beast kings?" Wu Liu snorted. "Those idiots. Do they really think we're idiots? If we don't give it to them, we'll be idiots. If we give it to them, we'll be idiots." After Wu Liu left, Wang Qiong's expression turned cold. Qin family, HMPH. 5 years ago, when Zi Chen failed to form 2 elixirs, the ultimate energy in his body collided violently. When his life was in danger, Lei Yuan suddenly appeared and saved his life. After absorbing the 2 ultimate energies, Lei Yuan did not return to Zi Chen's heart. Instead, it stopped in abdomen. It shone brightly like a silver elemental elixir. Within Lei Yuan, the 2 ultimate elemental forces collided continuously. The destructive energy from the collision spread, and wreaked havoc in Lei Yuan. However, it could not rush out of Lei Yuan. This situation continued for an entire 5 years, and during these 5 years, Zi Chen had been in a deep slumber without waking up. This was because Lei Yuan had merged with him a few years ago. As long as the energy in Lei Yuan did not calm down, Zi Chen would continue to be in a deep sleep. Time passed. The first 5 years had just passed and the second 5 years had already passed. 10 years. In these 10 years, the two forces continued to collide and destroy each other. There was no sign of them fusing and calming down. In the heavenly barbarian pavilion, although Longhu repeatedly assured them that Zichen was still alive, they were not confident that he would return after 10 years. 10 years was enough for everyone to break through to the primordial elixir realm. The yin and yang forces were like two dragons in Lei Yuan. One was gold and the other was silver. In these 10 years, they continuously collided and fought, trying to destroy each other. However, both of them were ultimate energies. It was obviously impossible to destroy each other. However, in these 10 years, the two forces were slowly changing. 10 years after 10 years. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. Everyone no longer believed that Zichen was still alive. This was because no one had formed the primordial elixir realm. What? Even you are leaving? You are not waiting for Zichen? Do you really think he is dead? In the heavenly barbarian pavilion, Wang Qiong looked at Wang Xian'er in disbelief. 20 years had passed. Even Longhu was not sure if his intuition was correct. Therefore, everyone in the heavenly barbarian pavilion left one after another. Monk left 3 years ago. A year later, Zhong Haotian also left. After that, it was the demon ape. Even LV Peng went out to train. I believe that Zichen is still alive, but I don't want to continue waiting like this. If Zichen returns, he will be very strong with two types of ultimate energies. The gap between us will become bigger and bigger. In the end, I will be a burden to him. In order to reduce the gap between us, I have to go out to train, Wang Xian'er said calmly. Obviously, she had made up her mind. But you are a girl. It will be dangerous for you to go out alone. Wang Qiong naturally did not want his sister to leave. Longhu will follow me. Longhu. Yes, I said I wanted to leave. Longhu chose to follow me. Then you have to have a place to train. Where are you going? If Zichen comes back, how can he find you? I plan to train in the newly developed small worlds of the overlords, Wang Xian'er said. You are crazy. Wang Qiong immediately sat up and stared at Wang Xian'er. That is an unknown small world. No one knows what kind of dangers there are. From the current news, none of the Dan Origin Realm experts who went in came out alive. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Where there's danger, there's also opportunity. If you want to be on par with Zichen and follow in her footsteps, you have to go to dangerous places in search of opportunities. And this pocket dimension is one such opportunity. Wang Xian'er stared at Wang Qiong. The two of them looked at each other. Wang Qiong's eyes were filled with anger, while Wang Xian'er's eyes were filled with determination. In the end, Wang Qiong was defeated. All right, here is the token. Go to the treasure pavilion and get a foundation before you leave. Wang Qiong threw a token to Wang Xian'er. That was the pavilion master token that represented the highest authority. It was left behind by Zichen. I will leave, but I will not take the foundation. You must take the foundation. Otherwise, I will not allow you to leave. Wang Qiong interrupted Wang Xian'er. Seeing that her brother was really angry, Wang Xian'er could only take the token and go to the treasure pavilion. Old Gui, why are you here? At the entrance of the treasure pavilion, Wang Xian'er was surprised to see Old Gui. In the past 20 years, Old Gui had only appeared a few times. He usually stayed in the Hall of Legacy and did not appear at all. I know that you are leaving, so I have something for you. Old Gui smiled and said with a kind face. What is it? Wang Xian'er asked curiously. Old Gui took out a wooden carving and said, I was learning how to carve when I was bored. So I carved this wooden carving for you. Wang Xian'er looked at the wooden carving in Old Gui's hand and was lost in thought. This was because the wooden carving was based on Zichen. He smiled confidently and his black robe fluttered even though there was no wind. He was domineering and flamboyant. Thank you, Old Gui. Wang Xian'er took the wooden carving and said with a choked voice. Little girl, you don't have to do this. I didn't give you this wooden carving to remind you of him. It is for you to save your life. This wooden carving contains my 3 strongest attacks. You can use it to save your life in times of danger. As for how to use it, you just need to squeeze this wooden puppet with all your strength. After 3 uses, the wooden puppet will shatter. Old Gui smiled. Wang Xian'er was stunned when she heard this. She thanked him again and hugged the wooden puppet in her arms. Looking at her reluctant expression, it was unlikely that she would use it. You don't have to do this for a wooden puppet. Moreover, I don't think Zi Chen will have a short life. Old Gui means that Zi Chen is really still alive. Old Gui smiled and said, even Longhu Sovereign is not sure, so I can't guarantee it either. However, I have used a secret technique in my clan before. Zi Chen doesn't look like someone who will die young. Alright, you should go and get your things. Oh right, I think that colorful sword is more suitable for you. After Old Gui finished speaking, he disappeared in a flash. Wang Xian'er entered the treasury and took the colorful sword. After returning the token to Wang Qiong, she left with Longhu. 2 days later, Wang Shan also bid farewell to Wang Qiong. At this point, other than Qin Xing and Qin He, Wang Qiong was the only one left in the barbaric land. Wu Mo, Miao Kong and the rest had also left. Within the lightning yuan in Zi Chen's abdomen, the 2 extreme energies had been fighting fiercely for 20 years. During the 20 years of contact, the 2 energies were still unable to kill each other. Therefore, after 20 years of fighting, the 2 parties finally had a spark. Yin and Yang were like a man and a woman alone together day and night for 20 years. Once the spark was ignited, it was unstoppable. The 2 energies finally coexisted. They nestled together like a yin-yang diagram, half yin and half yang. Although it wasn't like the Taiji diagram with yang in yin and yin in yang, the 2 energies that were completely opposite to each other no longer collided and destroyed each other. Within the lightning yuan, the 2 energies coexisted and intertwined with each other, maintaining a balance. The entire lightning yuan became the carrier of the extreme energies. After the 3 energies reached a balance, they fused together. Extreme yin and extreme yang merged into the lightning yuan. Shortly after, the lightning yuan split into yin and yang. As time passed, the 3 energies finally fused together perfectly. The lightning yuan became the yuan dan in Zi Chen's body. Half of it was golden, representing extreme yang, while the other half was silver, representing extreme yin. The moment the fusion was completed, Zi Chen woke up. Chapter 693. As his eyes slowly opened, Zi Chen woke up. His eyes were filled with confusion. Where am I? Am I dead? The awakened Zi Chen raised his head and looked around. As he regained consciousness, his surroundings became clearer. Zi Chen saw the stone house, and he was lying in the middle of the stone house. The confusion on his face instantly dissipated as he stood up. Stone hut. This is a stone hut. I'm not dead. I'm still alive. Zi Chen exclaimed before subconsciously moving his body. They were all there. His arms, legs, hands, feet, and head were all there. His fingers were nimble, his head could move, and his mind was sharp. Every part of his body was still listening to his commands. Zi Chen fiercely pinched himself again until he felt the pain and came to his senses. He was indeed alive. Following that, Zi Chen released his spiritual senses to sense the situation inside his body and was instantly stunned. What's this? Core essence. Heavens, I actually successfully broke through to the core formation realm. This time, his inner vision completely stunned Zi Chen. His spiritual senses were many times stronger than before. There was also an essence core in abdomen. It was half gold and half silver. It was the ultimate energy in his body. The energy in abdomen had formed an essence core. This was also a symbol of becoming an essence core old monster. After releasing his aura, Zi Chen accepted the fact that he had broken through. His face was filled with ecstasy. He had really succeeded in forming his core. His memories stopped at the scene of his second failed core formation 20 years ago. He had failed to form his core for the second time and was about to explode from the energy collision. As for what happened after that, he didn't know. Now that he had inexplicably broken through, Zi Chen wanted to figure out what had happened. Therefore, he calmed himself down and closed his eyes. Then, he thought about what had happened and carefully sensed the changes in his body. With this breakthrough, his perfect body became stronger than before. The blood in his body also changed again. The change in his physique was very obvious. It far exceeded Zichen's baptism. 2 hours later, the cross-legged Zichen opened his eyes again. So that's how it is. Lei Yuan saved me again. But now, Lei Yuan has become an elemental core and merged with the ultimate energy. In the next 2 hours, Zichen thoroughly checked his body with his spiritual senses. Finally, he felt that the Lei Yuan in his chest had disappeared. However, the primordial core in abdomen had an aura similar to that of the Lei Yuan. Zichen concluded that the Lei Yuan had saved him at the critical moment. Furthermore, it was also because of the Lei Yuan that he was able to form his gold core. However, Lei Yuan was no longer Lei Yuan. It was the primordial core in Zichen's body. The ultimate energy can coexist, it must be because of Lei Yuan. But I was unconscious before, so I don't know how long it has been. It should have been a few months, maybe 1 or 2 years. Zichen thought to himself. Then, he saw a fragment not far away. His expression changed instantly. It was a white fragment that represented a substance that had reached the extreme. Zichen could tell at a glance that it was the Taiji diagram that Elder Hiroshi had previously resided in. Elder Hiroshi. Zichen's expression turned gloomy. The Taiji diagram was broken, and Elder Hiroshi had died. He had fought for Zichen's second chance to form his gold core. Zichen was naturally sad that Elder Hiroshi had passed away. However, it did not mean that he could not recover. After collecting all the yin and yang fragments, Zichen finally focused his attention on the ultimate energy. After forming his primordial core, although the ultimate energy did not fuse, the fact that they coexisted was enough to ensure that Zichen's combat power was strong. Furthermore, after the coexistence of the two energies, Zichen was no longer worried that the two energies would go berserk in his body. In addition, Zichen's 9 yin and 9 yang lightning tribulations allowed the two energies to undergo a qualitative transformation. He also absorbed the power of yin and yang, causing the two energies to become stronger. Although Zichen was only at the beginning stage of the primordial core realm, he was already one of the best in the primordial core realm with the two ultimate energy. Zichen stretched out his hands, and the yin-yang harmony balance in his body started to work. The two yin-yang energies, 1 yin and 1 yang, appeared on his hands respectively. The gold and silver colors shone brightly. If it was in the past, Zichen would have to wait for the energy in his body to be depleted before he could do this. However, after the coexistence of the yin and yang primordial core, it became very easy to control the yin and yang energies at the same time. The formation in the stone house was completely destroyed when the power of the rules appeared for the second time. Without the formation, the stone house became very ordinary. Zichen did not dare to test the power of the collision of yin and yang here. He kept the energy and planned to go outside to test it. The yin and yang coexisted in his body, so he did not have to worry about the collision. However, once the yin and yang energies were released, it would be the most extreme energy with terrifying power. Buzz. Zichen had just taken 2 steps when the stone house suddenly trembled. A beautiful light shone from the 4 corners. There's still a formation here. Zichen looked at the strange changes in the 4 corners. He had released his spiritual senses to carefully sense the stone house, but he did not find any formation here. 4 beams of light shot out from the 4 corners, like 4 pillars of light intersecting above Zichen's head. The 4 beams of light merged into one, and the beautiful light illuminated the stone house. After the beautiful light intersected, it began to twist and extend. Finally, under Zichen's astonishment, the 4 beams of light merged into a human figure. It was a stalwart man. His empty eyes fell on Zichen. Then, he spoke in a cold and ethereal voice. Congratulations on reaching the coexistence of yin and yang. Although it was a congratulatory speech, there was no emotion in his voice. When Zichen saw the man, he was first stunned. Then, he had a look of disbelief and exclaimed, "Senior, it's you." The man descended from the sky. His body seemed to have a physical body. His empty eyes fell on Zichen, but he did not speak. Senior, you don't recognize me. It's me, Zichen. Back then, you were the one who taught me the extreme yin and extreme yang. Zichen tried to awaken the man's memory. You're talking about the extreme yin and extreme yang, not me. You've received their recognition and received the inheritance of the yin-yang art. Now, you've reached the level of yin and yang coexistence. Very good. The man was expressionless as he spoke mechanically. Are we not the same person? But we really do look alike. Zichen murmured. As if he had just woken up, the man's expression was very old-fashioned. His empty eyes made Zichen feel very uncomfortable. However, after a few breaths, the man's eyes glowed. Yin and yang coexistence. It's really yin and yang coexistence. Someone really did it. Yin and yang coexistence was just a theoretical guess. I didn't expect it to be confirmed. It's unbelievable. Yin and yang coexistence is just a theoretical guess. When Zichen heard this, he was rather speechless. Obviously, he was being used as a guinea pig by the other party. It was just a theoretical guess, but you've already confirmed it. Just the extreme yin and extreme yang techniques are a powerful cultivation technique. Now that they're added together, they're practically the strongest cultivation technique in the world. Once it's passed down, the everlasting sect will naturally become one of the strongest powers in the martial heaven continent, said the man excitedly. Yin and yang coexistence. I almost died to reach this level, said Zichen. Even if it's a 90% chance of survival, the success rate is still as high as 10%. Anyone who cultivates the yin-yang chant can become a strong cultivator. If 1 out of 10 people succeeds, it means that a strong cultivator with the strongest technique has been born. This is already a very high percentage, the man said to Zichen seriously. The man's words left Zichen speechless. If one wanted to reach yin and yang coexistence, even 10,000 people wouldn't be able to succeed, let alone 10. Without a perfect body to strengthen one's physique, the first step would cause many people to lose their lives. As for the second step, the 9 yin heavenly lightning and 9 yang heavenly lightning were apocalyptic divine lightning. Even one's foundation would be shattered. Furthermore, one had to withstand the lightning tribulation and suppress the energy to self-destruct. Lightning Yuan was very special. Zichen didn't believe that there were many lightning Yuan in this world. Thus, the yin-yang art was not something an ordinary person could cultivate. However, Zichen didn't want to argue with the man. He had a request. Senior, is this your true body? Elder Mo is dead. Do you have a way to revive him? Elder Mo. The man looked at Zichen in puzzlement. It's our Mo. The one who followed you back then and called you old master. My yin-yang art was passed down to me by him, said Zichen urgently. You mean our Mo? His mission has been completed. Very good, very good. The man's words made Zichen very dissatisfied, but before he could express his dissatisfaction, the other party said, I'm just a clone. To be precise, it's a wisp of will. I don't have the means to revive the dead. Besides, Mo is a wisp of soul to begin with. Since he has dissipated, there's no possibility of him surviving. The other party's answer disappointed Zichen. Then, Zichen said, since you can't revive Elder Mo, I wonder why Senior has appeared. Could it be that you're just here to congratulate me? Of course not. I have serious matters to attend to, said the man. But before that, I have to ask you a few questions. Go ahead. You cultivate the yin-yang art, so you must be from the Wuji sect. I want to ask about the Wuji sect. Before the man could finish speaking, Zichen interrupted him. If you want to ask about the Wuji sect, forget it. I'm not from the Wuji sect, so I know nothing about it. What? You cultivate the yin-yang art? You're not a disciple of the Wuji sect. The Wuji sect has been destroyed a long time ago, said Zichen unhappily. Under the other party's questioning, Zichen told him all the information he knew about the Wuji sect. When the man heard this, he couldn't help but sigh. It's gone. The Wuji sect has been destroyed. Zichen originally thought that the other party would surely lose control or burst into tears after hearing this, but he never imagined that after the other party sighed, he actually said, fortunately, I was moved by something all those years ago and chose to leave something here. I never imagined that it would really come in handy. What is it? Zichen looked at him curiously. The man turned his head and looked at Zichen again. He said seriously, inheritance. Inheritance. Chapter 694. When the man said this, he stared at Zichen. Zichen naturally didn't need to lie about this. Okay, no problem. He nodded without hesitation. Rebuilding the Wuji sect wasn't just a requirement to obtain the inheritance, it was also Elder Mo's wish. Even without the inheritance, Zichen would still rebuild the Wuji sect. Okay, I'll give you the inheritance. As soon as the man finished speaking, he pointed at Zichen's forehead. His attack was as fast as lightning. Zichen didn't even have time to react before he was hit. The poor Zichen had just broken through and hadn't even had the chance to test his power before he was knocked unconscious by the man's finger. Zichen fainted on the ground. The man's face was filled with loneliness. The Wuji sect had once reached its peak under his leadership. He originally thought that this sect would be able to stand tall for a long time, but who would have thought that it would be destroyed? Naturally, he didn't feel good about it. Zichen, right? Whether or not the Wuji sect can rise again depends on you. After saying this, the man turned into a ray of light and entered Zichen's consciousness through his forehead. He was a will and also a soul. This soul didn't know much about the past. His only purpose in appearing here was to give Zichen the inheritance. Even if Zichen didn't agree, he would give the inheritance to Zichen without holding anything back. This was the meaning of his existence. He just reached the core formation stage and already has such a spiritual will. It seems that this Zichen is indeed extraordinary. I was worried that he wouldn't be able to obtain all the inheritances, but with such a spiritual will, obtaining all the inheritances won't be a problem. With him leading the Wuji sect, it will definitely reach new heights. The man who entered Zichen's consciousness sensed an aura that made him respect him. The man himself was the Wuji sect's inheritance. As soon as he entered Zichen's consciousness, his body scattered and turned into specks of light. These light spots were of different sizes, but each light spot was a kind of inheritance. In total, there were no less than 1,000 light spots, and they were all the inheritances of the Wuji sect. Now, the light spots were merging into Zichen's spiritual thoughts. It had taken Zichen 20 years to reach the core formation stage. He had received many inheritances from the Wuji sect and had to comprehend all of them. Even if he had a strong spiritual will, it would have taken him a long time. Zichen felt like he had fallen asleep, and then had a very long dream. In the dream, he saw many things and saw many skills. It was as if he had experienced them personally. Every time Zichen absorbed one of these light spots, it meant that Zichen had comprehended a kind of inheritance. This was something that the old master of the everlasting sect had deliberately left behind. In addition to the inheritance, it also contained the insights of the old master, which meant that the old master knew everything. At this moment, when Zichen accepted the inheritance, it was equivalent to personally experiencing the old master's practice. Under the strong spiritual will, the light spots disappeared and were absorbed one by one. Zichen comprehended more inheritances, and the small world he was in also became unstable as the light spots decreased. When Zichen accepted the complete inheritance and opened his eyes again, another 10 years had passed. The small world from before had already collapsed. Before the small world had collapsed, the transportation formation under the stone house had been activated and sent him to the outside world. When he saw this familiar dense forest, Zichen knew that he had already come out. Many things also appeared in his mind. There are so many inheritances. I wonder how long they have been asleep this time. The current Zichen had no concept of time at all. However, in his opinion, it should have been 2 or 3 years since he had broken through to the core origin stage and accepted the inheritance. Now that he had formed his core and received the inheritance, Zichen should leave this place and return to the Heavenly Man Pavilion. There are complete alchemy skills in the inheritance. These things should be given to the Qin family. At the same time, I can discuss the matter of establishing the Wuji sect. Zichen left the ruins and flew in the direction of the Qin family's original location. However, The original Danyang city had changed greatly and become more prosperous. Zichen did not find the person in charge of the Qin family. Just as Zichen was asking passers-by about the Qin family, he realized that all the passers-by's expressions changed when they talked about the Qin family. Furthermore, they looked at him as if he was a monster. "Young man, you must have come from the mountains. How dare you ask about the Qin family? You must be tired of living," an elderly man said softly. "Asking about the Qin family means that I am tired of living. Could it be that the Qin family has become a ferocious beast? However, even if it is a ferocious beast, there is no reason to stop me from asking about it." Zichen laughed involuntarily. The elderly man pulled Zichen to a corner and warned him in a low voice, "Young man, it is best not to speak loudly when talking about the Qin family. Also, don't be so unscrupulous. Be careful not to lose your life." The elderly man's nervous expression, coupled with the other people's panicked expressions when they heard his words, made Zichen feel that something was wrong. It was as if in the eyes of these people, the Qin family was really a ferocious beast. Moreover, it was a ferocious beast that they were not allowed to ask about. It has only been 2 or 3 years since this area was unified. What exactly happened to the Qin family? Zichen was puzzled. Then, he asked, "Elder, I don't know what happened. Everyone seems to be in awe of the Qin family. Hasn't it only been 2 or 3 years since this area was unified by the 3 forces? 2 or 3 years. The elderly man looked at Zichen with a strange expression. He said, "Young man, are you confused? Back then, Zichen led the 3 forces to conquer this area. It has been more than 30 years since then." "What? More than 30 years? How is that possible?" Zichen's eyes widened. His eyes were full of shock. "There are still 2 months and 31 years. This is absolutely true. Young man, I think you are confused." The elderly man looked at Zichen. "Elder, what is going on? What exactly happened in the past 30 years? Why is everyone so in awe of the Qin family?" Zichen asked. "Ah, what a sin." The elderly man heard this and sighed. However, he did not immediately answer Zichen. "Elder, this is not the place to talk. It just so happens that I am hungry. If you don't mind, why don't you come with me to a restaurant?" Zichen invited. The elderly man hesitated for a moment but finally nodded in agreement. Therefore, Zichen led the elderly man to the largest restaurant in Danyang City. Zichen found that as they approached the restaurant, the elderly man's expression became extremely nervous. His previously calm eyes were now somewhat flustered. Regarding this, Zichen did not ask any further and pretended not to know. When they were about to reach the restaurant, the elderly man's expression suddenly changed and he said, "Young man, forget it. I am not hungry. Moreover, this restaurant is very expensive." Without waiting for Zichen's reply, the elderly man turned and left. His pace was very fast. Rather than saying that he was walking, it was better to say that he was running. Zichen did not turn his head to stop the elderly man. Instead, he looked ahead. There were several young men, about 21 or 22 years old, walking from another direction. They seemed to want to enter the restaurant to eat. The elderly man suddenly changed his mind because he saw them. "Ayo, isn't this old man's son? What wind blew you here?" A young man saw the elderly man and then poked the young man next to him. When the young man saw the elderly man, the corners of his mouth curled up into a mocking smile. The elderly man did not seem to hear him and continued to walk away. His pace was even faster. "Old man's son, if you dare to take another step, I will take your dog life." Seeing that the elderly man did not even turn his head, the young man's face turned cold and his voice became icy. The elderly man's body trembled. After pausing for a moment, he turned his head. His wrinkled face was full of smiles as he saluted the young men who were walking over. "Aren't you the young masters of the Qin family? What a coincidence, little son has met you young masters here before. Old thing, you dare to pretend that you don't see us. How dare you?" As soon as the young men approached, one of them raised his foot and kicked old man's son, sending him flying. Zichen could see that old man's son was a mortal. These young men, on the other hand, were cultivators. Judging from the energy around them, they should be in the Zephyr realm. They were only 21 or 22 years old, but they were already in the Zephyr realm. It seemed that these people were very talented. The other party's kick only broke a few of Old Man Sun's ribs and did not take his life. It was obvious that they did it on purpose. Old Man Sun was kicked so hard that he could not stand up for a long time. His face was full of pain, but he squeezed out a smile. He said in a trembling voice, "Young master of the Qin family, this is a misunderstanding." A misunderstanding? The young man in the lead had a scar on his face. He stepped forward and directly stepped on the old man's face. Half of the old man's face was in contact with the ground, and the other half was stepped on by the sole of the shoe. The owner of the sole looked down at the old man and sneered, "Now tell me, is this still a misunderstanding?" The elderly man's body was trembling, and he could not say a word. Zichen frowned slightly. Just from the words of the elderly man, he could guess the identity of these young men. Qin family, they were all from the Qin family. Old Man Sun, 10 years ago, this young master was magnanimous and spared your dog life, allowing you to live well in Danyang City. Back then, didn't I warn you that from now on, when you see this young master, you must kneel down and be deeply grateful? But today, when you see this young master, you are actually hiding. Is this the attitude you should have towards your benefactor? As he spoke, the young man exerted force on his foot and forcefully stepped on Old Man Sun's face. The young men beside him laughed evilly and cheered loudly. As for the others in the distance, when they saw this scene, they all moved far away, not even daring to join in the fun. But before they left, they all cast a pitiful look at Old Man Sunday. 10 years ago, I could decide your life and death. 10 years later, I can still do the same. Do you see the scar on my face? It has been 10 years and it still hasn't faded away. The young man shouted at the old man, "My Qin family's alchemy skills are the best in the world. It is naturally easy to remove the scar, but I, Qin man, am not willing to do so because I want to remember the scene from 10 years ago. I want to remember that humiliating moment." As he spoke, the young man named Qin Man exerted force on his foot again. In the midst of crushing, the skin on the old man's face was already broken, and dark red blood flowed out. "Bad people, you are all bad people. Go away, don't bully my grandfather." A young and angry voice suddenly sounded from afar. Chapter 695. The little girl rushed over. Her speed was not fast, but there was a cold wind blowing, bringing with it a sense of coldness. When the young men saw the little girl, fear appeared on their faces. They did not stop her and allowed her to go forward. Just as the little girl approached and was about to push Qinyi away, the other party retreated. Qinyi saw the little girl's face turn ugly. "Grandpa, get up." The little girl reached the old man unimpeded and supported him. Then, she quickly helped him up. After helping the old man up, the other party did not care if the old man could stand properly and immediately stopped. During this time, Zichen noticed a detail. The old man's lips were pale, and his body was trembling subconsciously. "Bad people, I won't allow you to bully Grandpa." The little girl stood in front of the old man and opened her arms. She used her small body to block the young men and looked at them stubbornly. "Damn it, it's you, little bitch, short-lived ghost." Qinyi scolded when he saw the little girl. "Bad people, you bullied Grandpa again," the little girl said loudly. "Damn it, not only did we bully the old man, but we also want to bully a short-lived ghost like you." Qinyi was about to make a move. "Brother Yi, are you crazy? How can you attack a short-lived ghost? Have you forgotten the chill on her body?" the young men beside him said in fear. Hearing this, Qin Rant's expression turned ugly. In order to make Old Man Sun suffer even more, he naturally had thoughts about this little girl. However, as soon as he got close to her, before he could make the next move, he was forced to retreat by the cold aura of the other party. It took him a few days to dispel the chill. It wasn't just Qin Ran, but other people had also suffered because of the little girl. "What are you afraid of? At most, I won't get close to her and just hit her with my energy." Qinyi suddenly shouted. He thought of a way. "No, no." Old Man Sun cried out in pain. "Old man, get out of my way. Wait until I'm done with the little one, Then I'll hit you, old man, Qin said angrily. Then, he attacked the little girl with his energy. In the face of this energy, the little girl did not retreat. Her delicate face was full of determination. No. Old man's son was in despair. He could not bear to see the miserable scene and closed his eyes. Bang! A soft sound exploded in front of the little girl, and energy scattered in all directions. You, who are you? After the explosion, it was Qin Man's slightly surprised voice. When old man's son opened his eyes, he saw that the little girl was completely unharmed. In front of the little girl was the young man who had brought him here. Clearly, it was this person who had saved his granddaughter. Who are you? How dare you meddle in other people's business? Don't you know where you are? Brat, you dare to cause trouble here? Do you think our Qin clan doesn't exist? After Qin ran, two more voices sounded. Since you're all juniors, I'll overlook your impolite behavior. Get lost before I get angry, Zichen said coldly. It took him 30 years to break through to the Jindan origin stage and inherit his inheritance. Zichen could be considered an old man. Although he looked young, he had a weather-beaten heart. In addition, the other party was from the Qin clan. Zichen naturally did not want to waste his time with them. Junior, you're so arrogant. Who do you think you are? The head of our Qin clan? You dare to teach us a lesson here? You're courting death. Go, teach this arrogant brat a lesson. Break his leg and let him know the power of our Qin clan. While they were talking, a few young men had already dashed forward. They were quite talented, but they were also dandy with brains. Zichen's attack just now was extraordinary, so not only did they attack with all their might, they also swarmed forward. However, it was ineffective. With a series of loud bangs, the few silk pants who had stepped forward were sent flying back 10 times more wretched than before. After falling to the ground, they cried out in pain. Their expressions changed drastically as they looked at Zichen in shock. He stood there motionlessly and casually pointed a few times to break their attack and send them flying. Such a method naturally frightened the young men. Zichen's expression did not change. He glanced at them and said coldly, I don't care who you are. If there's a next time, I promise you'll die a horrible death. Get lost. The young men's faces were full of fear. When Zichen said get lost, they coughed up blood. At this moment, they knew that they had met a strong cultivator. They did not even dare to say a word and ran away pathetically. In the distance, many passers-by were shocked when they saw this scene. Their eyes were filled with satisfaction. But soon, pity appeared on their faces. Because after beating the young, the old would come out soon. Big brother, you're so strong. Behind Zichen, the little girl looked at Zichen with admiration. Zichen turned his head with a gentle smile. Don't call me big brother. Call me master. Master. The little girl tilted her head and thought. Then, she said firmly, this name doesn't sound good. I want to call you big brother. Linger, hurry up and call me master. We've met a noble. When old man's son heard Zichen's words, his face was full of excitement. He ignored the pain in his body and pulled Linger to kneel. Linger was very stubborn, but after seeing the old man's determined and excited expression, she obediently knelt down. I'm Sun Jian. Thank you senior for accepting Linger as your disciple. Old man's son knelt down and bowed to Zichen. Finally, he said to Linger, Linger, quickly kowtow and call me master. It's very simple for me to accept disciples. There's no need to kowtow. Hurry up and get up. Zichen helped the two up. Senior, you can't. Before old man's son could stop him, Zichen had already grabbed Linger and helped her up. As if he knew what old man's son meant, Zichen smiled and said, it's fine. This kind of coldness can't hurt me. That's good, that's good. When old man's son let go of his hand was already cold. Half of his body couldn't even move. The pain in his ribs was deeply stimulating him. Zichen grabbed old man's son's arm. Then, old man's son felt the coldness in his body disappear. Moreover, there was a surge of vitality flowing into his body. The injuries on his body were quickly recovering under this coldness. Linger stood up and looked at Zichen with her big eyes. Why are you looking at me? Is there a flower on my face? Zi-Chen asked with a smile. You saved me and Grandpa. You are our benefactor, Ling Er said seriously. It's nothing. Okay, I'm hungry. Let's go eat. Zi-Chen didn't care. We shouldn't stay here because they are from the Qin family. They will bring people here soon. We should run away now. Ling Er spoke like a little adult. But master, I'm hungry. What should I do if I can't walk? Zi-Chen joked. He found the serious Ling Er to be very interesting. We have to leave this place. If you can't walk, I will carry you. After hesitating for a moment, Ling Er said again. Looking at Ling Er's small body, Zi-Chen rubbed his nose and smiled. He shook his head and said, I don't want my number one disciple to run away behind her master's back right after she became his disciple. Moreover, she's being chased by a bunch of good-for-nothing trash. Let's go and eat with master. After saying that, Zi-Chen pulled Ling Er and walked towards the restaurant. Ling Er's little hands struggled, but found that she couldn't break free. She let Zi-Chen pull her, but she said in a little adult tone, You are very strong. Stronger than them. Of course. I am your master. Zi-Chen smiled. Sun Jian followed behind the two of them. The excitement in his eyes did not dissipate for a long time, and a bright light constantly flashed in his eyes. He beat up the Qin family and didn't run away immediately. If he isn't an idiot, then he must be very strong. Idiot. Do you think someone who can defeat Zhong Fei so easily is an idiot? He must be someone who isn't afraid of the Qin family. Do we have someone who isn't afraid of the Qin family in this area? Back then, Old Sun also relied on his strength. But now, seeing Zi-Chen and the others go upstairs, discussions came from afar. However, they still didn't dare to go forward. What happened outside was naturally seen by everyone in the restaurant. At this moment, seeing Zi-Chen come in with people, many people's faces changed. They quickly paid the bill and left. When they brushed past Zi-Chen, many voice transmissions sounded in Zi-Chen's sea of consciousness. They all had the same meaning, which was that they had offended the Qin clan and that a great calamity was about to befall them, so it was best to flee quickly. In response, Zi-Chen just smiled. Then, Zi-Chen found that Ling Er was looking at him. Is there a flower on my face? Why do you keep looking at me? Zi-Chen asked. Because you are our benefactor. I have to remember you and repay you in the future, Ling Er said seriously. There's no need for the future. Because from today onwards, you will always be with me, Zi-Chen said. I'm talking about the next life because I am a short-lived ghost. I will die soon. Ling Er said death as if it was a very normal thing. Sun Jian's body suddenly trembled when he heard this. Zi-Chen smiled and said, With me here, you won't die. No, people will die. It should be said that you will live for a long time. At least, you will live longer than those people just now. Really? Really? Good. I will repay you when I grow up. Ling Er nodded. Repay me when you grow up? How will you repay me? Zi-Chen smiled and asked. Those people before all wanted my body. They all said that I would definitely be a beauty when I grow up. When I grow up, I will give you my body. But as soon as Ling Er finished speaking, Zi-Chen spat out the tea that he had just drunk, directly on Sun Jian's face. You taught her? Zi-Chen asked. Sun Jian wiped his face and said awkwardly, No, I don't know where Ling Er heard it from. She is still young. She should learn something else. Zi-Chen blushed. Chapter 696. Since it's our first meeting, I didn't prepare any gifts for you, so I'll treat you to a meal. Order whatever you want. Zi-Chen passed the menu to Ling Er. After all, she was still a little girl. Although she was a little mature, she still had a childish side. At this moment, seeing the extremely realistic menu engraved with a simple array, she subconsciously swallowed her saliva. However, after seeing the prices on the menu, the little girl was also shocked. She directly threw the menu on the table, because the price of every menu was enough to let the two of them live a rich life for a long time. Zi-Chen back then was almost the same as Ling Er was now. He understood Ling Er's feelings very well, so he didn't give her any more hints. Instead, he personally took the menu and ordered. Zi-Chen ordered more than 10 dishes in a row. They were all the most expensive dishes here. The waitress who ordered the dishes was overjoyed, and so was Ling Er. However, the former was overjoyed, while the latter was shocked. In comparison, Sun Jian was much calmer. All right, that's all. After ordering more than 20 dishes, Zi Chen closed the menu. All right, please wait a moment. The waitress smiled sweetly and left with the menu. Zi Chen also had a polite smile on his face. However, when he looked at Sun Jian, the smile on his face disappeared as he said, "You should have known my identity long ago." As soon as he said this, Sun Jian was shocked. However, he pretended to be calm and raised his head to meet Zi Chen's gaze. However, the two of them stared at each other for less than 3 seconds before Sun Jian admitted defeat. "Many years ago, I saw your face from afar. I still dare not forget." "Then tell me about the Qin family." Since Sun Jian admitted, Zi Chen didn't say anything else. "The Qin family." Sun Jian thought for a moment and asked, "I don't know where to start." "Let's start with your feud with the Qin family." Zi Chen said calmly. 30 years ago, I was still a cultivator in the Zephyr realm. During the chaos of war, I had been hiding in the mountains in seclusion. After I came out, I heard rumors about my lord. My lord promoted good and punished evil. He destroyed many forces and saved many mortals. He was loyal and courageous. He conquered an entire region, but he gave it to 3 forces. He was chivalrous and gentle. Zi Chen waved his hand and said, "Let's get to the point." Sun Jian nodded. "When I heard about Sir's deeds in the past, I was very impressed. During the battle outside Cloud City, I saw Sir's elegant demeanor from afar. I admire Sir very much and also have the heart to promote good and punish evil, to fight for justice. Just 10 years ago, when I came to Danyang City, I happened to see Qin Yi of the Qin family. At that time, he was only 13 years old. He was still young, but he had committed all kinds of crimes and was a playboy. At that time, I saw him conniving with his subordinates to catch a passing girl in broad daylight, wanting to do something beastly. In the end, Zi Chen didn't need him to say anything. Obviously, Sun Jian, who was in the Zephyr realm, beat the servant and taught the young one a lesson, but it attracted the old one. Then, Sun Jian became immortal. After beating the young one, the old one came. Zi Chen said with a smile. "How do you know, my lord?" "Because the old one is already here." Zi Chen's smile suddenly became very cold. In the direction of the Qin family in Danyang City, several figures had already flown out. The 2 leading were core realm old monsters, and behind them were the few young people who had escaped before. Obviously, they had already learned that Zi Chen and his group hadn't run away and were in the restaurant. So, after coming out of the Qin family, they went straight to the restaurant. "It's the Zephyr realm experts. The Qin family has sent Zephyr realm experts." The aura of the 2 leading figures made the entire Danyang City tremble, and many cultivators exclaimed, "They are in the restaurant. Uncles, you must avenge us and show the Qin family's prestige." Qin Ran pointed at the restaurant in front and said fiercely, "Don't worry. How dare you do it in our Danyang City?" The 2 core realm experts' faces were cold, but before one of them could finish, a cold voice sounded in the sky. "I'm eating. You'd better not disturb my mood, or you'll have to bear the consequences." "Bear the consequences? What a big tone. Who do you think you are?" Qin Ran shouted behind the 2 core realm experts, but before he could finish, he was stopped by one of the core realm experts. As a core realm expert, the other party was naturally much more knowledgeable. Seeing 2 core realm experts and daring to threaten them, he naturally had some tricks up his sleeve. "Friend, who are you? Can you tell us your name?" "I'm from the Qin family," one of the core realm experts asked. "Get lost." Another shout came from the restaurant. The sound was like thunder exploding in the sky, deafening. Then, a terrifying aura gushed out of the restaurant and went straight for the 2 core realm experts. Bang! Bang! 2 huge tremors rang out in the sky. The 2 core realm experts were directly sent flying by the 2 waves of energy. Without even showing himself, he had directly sent 2 core realm experts flying. In Danyang City, many cultivators were petrified. Such a powerful existence hadn't appeared in more than 30 years. As for the other rich kids, they were so scared that their faces were pale. Their bodies were constantly trembling in the air, and their expressions were extremely shocked. Ant-like things, get lost. Another voice came from the restaurant. Then, a wave of energy swept out, and the rich kids were sent flying several miles away. Inside the restaurant, when the people standing by the window saw the Qin family members being sent flying, they were all stunned. When they turned their heads and saw Zichen, who hadn't moved at all, their faces were filled with deep respect and admiration. It really is you. Only you are not afraid of them. Sun Jian walked back to his seat from the window. He had already confirmed Zichen's identity. Ling Er also followed. Tell me about the Qin family's situation. Zichen said indifferently. Sun Jian said, 30 years ago, when the three forces united this area, it became a tripartite balance of power. But in just 5 years, the Qin family rose above the rest and suppressed the Liu and Wang families to become the strongest force in this area. 5 years. Zichen was slightly stunned. He was a little surprised. That's right. It is said that the Qin family had a deal with one of the forces in the fringe and received a lot of rewards. In the past 5 years, they made a lot of money. With a lot of resources, they then recruited many experts of the sect master level in the fringe. With experts and resources, the Qin family naturally rose quickly. In addition, it is said that the Qin family also does business with other forces in the fringe. Business? Zichen frowned. That's right. The Qin family's alchemy skills have reached the pinnacle. They are the best in the entire southern fringe. Now, they don't even need to go out, and many people will come to them to deliver resources and ask for their help. If the Qin family was the strongest force 25 years ago, then 30 years later, the Qin family's foundation has completely suppressed the Wang and Liu forces. Zichen listened quietly. He felt that the Qin family's rise was abnormally fast. The Qin family is now the overlord of this area. As a member of the Qin family, they are naturally arrogant and domineering, even more so than the Kang Li family back then. But now, the Qin family is the ruler. Although there are people who are dissatisfied and angry, they don't dare to speak up. In the past 30 years, those who dared to offend the Qin family are all dead. Looking at Zichen, Sun Jian smiled bitterly and said, and because of my lord's rise, the Qin family has learned a lesson. Therefore, they are even more ruthless and vicious. They don't want to leave any trouble behind. If they can cut the grass, they will definitely remove the roots. But you are still alive after offending the Qin family. Zichen said. Sun Jian's smile became even more bitter. I am indeed alive because Qin Ran still wants to torture me. He doesn't want me to die so quickly. He is a true villain, even more despicable than those Evilders you killed. In order to torture me, they used almost all of their methods. They even wanted to make a move on Ling Er. But Ling Er's body is very special and they didn't succeed. It seems that the Qin family is really too much. Zichen said calmly. You don't believe me. Hearing that Zichen's voice was not angry, Sun Jian looked at Zichen. Grandfather is telling the truth. They once bullied me and said that I would definitely be a beauty when I grow up. But they can't wait for me to grow up. Ling Er said seriously. Zichen smiled and didn't say anything. Those who knew him knew that when he heard something extremely infuriating, Zichen's face was calm. This proved that his anger had reached its limit. Exquisite dishes were served one after another. Ling Er ate happily, but Sun Jian didn't have any appetite. Zichen didn't even touch his chopsticks. Just as the dishes were about to be served, the waiter came forward and said, Sir, our boss said that this table is free of charge. Oh, why? Zichen asked. Our boss said that this is a show of respect for the strong. After saying that, the waiter left. Respect for the strong, but he didn't come to meet them. Only free of charge. Zichen's smile became wider and colder. Indeed, things have changed, Zichen said coldly. At this moment, more than 10 figures flew out from the direction of the Qin family. They were all primordial core cultivators. Other than the early primordial core cultivators, there were actually 3 mid-stage primordial core cultivators. Violent auras filled the air, bringing with them boundless anger. A group of more than 10 primordial core cultivators rushed towards the restaurant. At this moment, the entire Pill Sun City was trembling. At the place where the murderous aura gathered, the restaurant was also shaking. The chilling aura made everyone tremble. How many years has it been since Pill Sun City sent out so many sect masters? In Pill Sun City, many cultivators looked up at the sky. It should be more than 30 years. Ever since this area was unified, there has never been such a big lineup. Everyone sighed. More than 10 sect masters were sent out. Obviously, something big had happened. And the source of this big incident was the place where the murderous aura gathered. How dare you come to Pill Sun City and behave so atrociously? Today, we don't care who you are. Cold voices came from the outside into the restaurant. The entire restaurant was surrounded by more than 10 primordial core cultivators. Aren't you going to ask why I attacked? Zi Chen's voice sounded in the restaurant. Chapter 697. The group of primordial core experts were filled with murderous intent. The middle stage primal core cultivator had already taken out his elixir weapon. The elixir weapon exuded an aura of pressure. It was actually a good grade elixir weapon, and it came from the Liu family. Back then, Zi Chen had suddenly risen as a rogue cultivator and destroyed many major forces. This had taught them a deep lesson, so when they attacked, they would use all their strength and not underestimate any of their opponents. What a good Qin family's dignity is inviolable. I remember a long time ago, this sentence was said by the Chu family, and the Chu family that said this sentence has already been destroyed. Are you saying that our Qin family will be destroyed too? Humph, don't compare the Qin family with the Chu family. Our Qin family is not the Chu family of the past. You are indeed not from the Chu family, but you are doing the same thing as them. With such behavior, no matter how strong you are, you will not be able to escape the disaster of destruction. How dare you? Not only did you attack the people of my Qin clan, you even dared to curse the destruction of my Qin clan. Today, not only will we kill you and use your blood to wash away our humiliation, we will also use the blood of your clansmen to wash away your ignorance and arrogance. A cold voice sounded from outside the restaurant. You mean to destroy my family? The cold voice sounded. That's right. Very good. I wanted to teach you a lesson, but now you have given me a reasonable reason to kill. In order to not be destroyed, I have to kill you first. Shameless boasting. The mid-stage primordial core expert of the Qin family had a look of disdain on his face. The other primordial core experts also sneered. Soon, the sneers on their faces froze, because the other party had taken the initiative to appear. It was a silver-haired man, emitting a chilling aura. After flying out of the restaurant's window, he stood in the air. The silver-haired man was like a block of ice, cold and threatening. His cold eyes swept across the group of primordial core experts, and a cold smile appeared on his face. 13 people. Very good, very good. His eyes were as cold as a poisonous snake, making the primordial core experts of the Qin family tremble. They actually felt the threat of death. The 3 mid-stage primordial core experts looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. However, they were not ordinary people, and had experienced many battles. Adding on the fact that they had the advantage in numbers, they were not afraid of the silver-haired man. Kill. Therefore, the 3 of them hardened their hearts and roared. An ice-cold battle cry rang out, and the group of 13 Dan Yuan experts charged towards the silver-haired man without waiting for the battle cry to fade away. 13 elixir weapons appeared in the sky. Under the activation of the elemental energy, the elixir weapons emitted a terrifying aura. The moment the elixir weapons struck down, the entire Danyang city trembled under this aura. All the cultivators in Danyang city also looked up at the battle in the sky. With 13 primal core experts attacking together, this fellow will definitely die. After I kill him, I will exterminate his entire family. I will kill all the men and leave the women as sex slaves. In the direction of the Qin family, the eyes of several profligate sons were cold. Even though the silver-haired man was very strong, they did not think that he had the ability to fight against 13 Dan primes. However, as the battle unfolded, the results were unexpected. After the 3 of them froze, Their cold expressions quickly turned into shock. In mid-air, the moment the battle broke out, the silver-haired man turned into a streak of silver light and appeared in front of a mid-stage primal core cultivator with a speed comparable to teleportation. After blocking the opponent's killing blow, he clenched his fist and punched the opponent's chest. Bang! Silver light wreaked havoc, and coldness invaded. The mid-stage primal core cultivator's protective light shield was instantly shattered. At the same time, his body was sent flying hundreds of meters away. After that, his body fell diagonally to the ground. After crashing into a building and rolling on the ground, he stopped moving. A mid-stage primal core cultivator was killed with one punch. Instant kill. As soon as the first round of attacks landed, a mid-stage primal core cultivator was killed. The battle in the sky paused for a moment, and the entire Danyang city fell into a dead silence. A scene like this where a grandmaster was killed in an instant had not happened for many years. If one counted carefully, it had been 32 years. Bang! After a short silence, the second round of attacks came. This time, the attacks were even more ferocious. Clearly, the Qin family's primal core cultivators had used all their strength. However, just as the group of primal core cultivators attacked, there was another explosion in the sky. This time, the second mid-stage primal core cultivator was hit by the silver-haired man. His attack was simple, direct, and violent. The primal core cultivator who was hit flew backward, fell, and died. Another instant kill. In 2 attacks, 2 mid-stage primal core cultivators were killed. Such a powerful attack made all the cultivators in Danyang City petrified for the second time. The primal core cultivators of the Qin family were even more shocked and terrified. To be able to kill a mid-stage primal core cultivator in an instant, the opponent's strength was not something they could fight against. The Qin family, which had dominated for decades, had finally kicked an iron plate today. Die! Although they were extremely frightened, the primal core cultivators of the Qin family did not retreat. The last mid-stage primal core cultivator immediately took out a pill and swallowed it. With Zichen's eyesight, how could he not see that this was a blood explosion pill that the Qin family had made with the ancient beast essence blood that he had provided? As soon as the blood explosion pill entered his stomach, an aura similar to self-exploding primal core cultivators was released from his body. Under this aura, everyone was frightened and felt danger. However, the silver-haired man was not afraid at all. Even his expression did not change much. He flashed again and rushed toward his opponent. Go to hell! With his strength increased, the confidence of the mid-stage primal core cultivator increased. He held his elixir weapon and attacked the silver-haired man. Boom! The opponent's powerful attack directly shattered the sky and caused a huge energy shock. However, such a terrifying attack did not hit the silver-haired man. The silver-haired man used his extreme speed to dodge the attack and flashed behind the silver-haired man. Die! The mid-stage primal core cultivator turned around and attacked again. Although his reaction was fast, his speed was not as fast as the silver-haired man. Before the elixir weapon hit the silver-haired man's head, the silver-haired man's fist had already hit him. After being hit by the fist, the mid-stage primal core cultivator only felt a violent aura rush into his body. After swallowing the blood explosion pill, the energy in his body was already violent. Now, it became even more violent and wanted to burst out of his body. Boom! Finally, the violent aura rushed out of the silver-haired man's body. His body exploded with a boom. This was equivalent to self-exploding primal core cultivators. The destructive aura spread in the sky. The silver-haired man stood in the destructive aura, but he was not hurt at all. Run! Seeing this scene, the other primal core cultivators were extremely shocked. They turned around and ran. In Danyang City, there was an uproar. The arrogant Qin family chose to run. This was the first time in decades. However, after thinking about it, it was understandable. Even the mid-stage primal core cultivator who swallowed the blood explosion pill was easily killed by the silver-haired man. The other primal core cultivators naturally could not stop the silver-haired man. Reality proved that the Qin family not only kicked an iron plate this time, but they also kicked an iron plate that was hard, thick, and huge. The primal core cultivators of the Qin family ran wildly, but the silver-haired man did not plan to let them go. However, he did not chase after them. Instead, he stood in the air and formed a mudra with his hands. He formed a mudra that was complicated yet simple, mysterious yet easy to understand. It was a combination of contradictions and a single mudra. After the last mudra was formed, a bright silver light appeared in front of the silver-haired man. Like a silver blade, it flew forward rapidly. Swoosh! The silver blade was very fast. In a flash, the body of an early-stage primal core cultivator who was running away was split apart by the blade. The other party's body was split into two halves. Fresh blood splattered in the air, but his body did not stop. He flew forward for dozens of meters before falling from the air. Then, under the horrified gaze of all the cultivators in Danyang City, the silver-haired man started to call out the primal core cultivators one by one. All the primal core cultivators who were hit by the silver light were shot down. There was only one result for those who were shot down, and that was death. In just a few breaths of time, the primal core cultivators of the Qin family who were filled with murderous intent were all turned into corpses. The murderous intent in the air dissipated. The silver-haired man stood in the air. His cold eyes swept across the crowd and swept in the direction of the Qin family. Buzz. Within the Qin family, the protective clan formation was activated. A light shield that looked like a tortoise's shell enveloped the Qin family. Everyone was stunned. The arrogant Qin family was beaten by a mysterious silver-haired man to the point that they had to retreat. Passively defending, this was poles apart from their usual arrogant, despotic, and aggressive nature. Is he still human? This is too scary. 13 primal core cultivators were killed just like that. Looks like we've gotten into big trouble. We've made a big enemy for our family. Shut up. No matter how strong he is, he can't fight against a late-stage primal core cultivator. As long as we find the ancestor and his friends, no matter how powerful he is, this guy will definitely die. While Zi Chen was killing the enemies, the three foppish young masters sneaked towards the city gate. They wanted to find reinforcements and prayed that the man wouldn't find them. But in the next moment, a pair of eyes that were as sharp as blades fell on the three of them. The three of them turned their heads and met the silver-haired man's cold gaze. Immediately, they felt a chill run down their spines and couldn't help but tremble. Oh no, he found us. He killed primal core cultivators without batting an eye. Are we going to die? The three of them were so scared that they didn't dare to move. Their teeth chattered. They were so scared that they almost peed themselves. The silver-haired man in the air looked at them with disdain. He ignored the three of them and returned to the restaurant. The three of them felt like they had been pardoned. Ignoring their clothes that were soaked in cold sweat, they quickly left Danyang City to find the ancestor of the Qin family. The silver-haired man flashed back to the restaurant. At this moment, almost everyone in the restaurant was petrified. They looked at the silver-haired man and then at the young man who hadn't moved a single step from the beginning to the end. A deep sense of respect spread from the bottom of their hearts, making them shudder. Just a clone was able to kill so many experts. That was simply too terrifying. The silver-haired man flashed into the restaurant and then walked towards Zi Chen. In a flash of light, the silver-haired man's body had already overlapped with Zi Chen's. Ignoring everyone's fearful and respectful gazes, Zi Chen looked at Linga and said, "How is it? Is it powerful?" "Powerful, very powerful." Linga nodded sincerely like a little adult and praised. Presumably, the admiration on Linga's face would be more obvious if it was someone else. Chapter 698. Hearing this, Linga's eyes lit up. "Can I?" "Of course, as long as you're willing to learn." Zi Chen nodded. Linga was excited, but she quickly sobered up. She lowered her head and said, "No, I'm about to die. I don't have time to learn." "Who said you're about to die?" Zi Chen asked. "Those doctors said that I have a strange disease that can infect people. And those people from the Qin clan also said that I won't live long." Linga lowered her head. Zi Chen smiled and said, "That doctor is a quack. How can a mortal understand the world of cultivators? As for the people of the Qin clan, they haven't seen much of the world. If you learn Dharma spells from me, not only will you live longer than them, you will also be stronger than all of them. Really? I won't die early? Linga looked up at Zichen. Zichen nodded. Then how strong can I become if I learn from you? Can I be stronger than the Qin clan's ancestor? Grandpa said that the Qin clan's ancestor is the strongest. In time, he'll be nothing in your eyes. A mere Qin clan will be trampled under your feet. Of course, that's on the premise that you're willing to train hard. Zichen said confidently. Sir, is this true? Sun Jian asked in disbelief. His voice trembled. Ling was born with an extreme yin constitution. This constitution is very special and very strong. If she's just a mortal, she'll definitely be affected by the extreme yin and die early. But if she cultivates a cultivation technique, she'll be able to suppress this chill. But back then, I found cultivation techniques for Ling but she couldn't cultivate them. It's also because of those cultivation techniques that her lifespan is shorter. Zichen smiled and said, normal cultivation methods will only do more harm than good. Those with the extreme yin body should cultivate extreme yin cultivation methods. Sir, do you have any extreme yin cultivation techniques? Sun Jian looked at Zichen. Didn't you see it just now? Zichen smiled. Sir, please accept Ling Sun Jian knelt on the ground with a thud. Ignoring the chill on Ling body, he pulled Ling to make her kneel as well. Ling quickly kneel and acknowledge your teacher. That's enough. We've already bowed. Zichen waved his hand and released a hidden force. The two of them could no longer kneel and could only stand up. However, after getting up, Sun Jian kept bowing to Zichen. Extreme yin body. This is a body that even I envy. The extreme yin arts is practically tailor-made for you. Zichen looked at Ling and clicked his tongue in praise. If the two of them cultivated extreme yin, then with her extreme yin body, Ling future achievements would be even greater than Zichen's. This was because all the extreme yin cultivation methods in the world were created for people like her. They were a perfect match. I am willing to learn, and will also work hard to learn. Ling who was sensible to begin with, naturally felt that this matter was not normal, that this was a great opportunity. If you are willing to learn it, I will teach it to you without reservation. But before that, as my first disciple, you should at least call me master, Zichen said with a smile. Ling lowered her head and bit her lips. Ling, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and call me master. Sun Jian was anxious and kept urging. Looking at Sun Jian and Zichen, Ling finally opened her mouth, but her voice was softer than a mosquito's. Sun Jian was very dissatisfied with this, but Zichen was very satisfied and laughed loudly. Such a scene was witnessed by everyone in the restaurant. The envy in their eyes could be said to have reached an extreme. To be able to find such a powerful master, it was really the ancestors' fault. Having shocked everyone in the Qin family with his own strength, the following meal was naturally a pleasant one. Before that, Sun Jian also told Zichen about the Qin family's recent situation. Sir, although this is still Danyang City, it is no longer the Qin family's headquarters, Sun Jian said. Oh, I was just about to ask about this. Where did the Qin family go? Why are there only a few middle-stage core realm cultivators here? Zichen looked up and asked. The Qin family's experts all went to Tianwei City, and that place has become the Qin family's headquarters. Tianwei City, there is such a city in the barbarian land. Zichen had a puzzled expression. There wasn't before, but 30 years ago, when you, Zichen, brought people to conquer this area and left, the three powers took over this area. At that time, the three powers had a lot of resources and jointly built a city. Its scale was far greater than the original few big cities, and now it is the headquarters of the three powers. That city is Tianwei City, but there are also experts in Danyang City. Sir, you haven't met them yet, but it's just in time for the Qin family's ancestors' 3000th birthday. So many experts went to Tianwei City to pay their respects. 3000th birthday, you've lived for a long time. Zichen sneered. Obviously, he already knew who Sun Jian was talking about. The Qin family's ancestor had already died in the battle with the assassin, and the one who replaced him was another person. However, 30 years ago, that person was only at the middle stage core realm. Presumably, after 30 years, that person had used the Ancient Beast series resources to break through. The changes in the Qin family were completely out of Zichen's expectations. Originally, he wanted to impart his alchemy skills to them, and then discuss with the three powers about establishing the everlasting sect. But now, from the way the Qin family acted, there was no need for that at all. The Qin family's actions were the same as the great powers of the past, and this was something that Zichen didn't like. Linger, are you done eating? Zichen patted Linger's head. I'm very full, and I can barely walk. Linger nodded. What about you? Zichen looked at Sun Jian. Sun Jian also nodded, and then asked, Sir, are you going to do something? I'm not going to do anything. I'm just curious about Tianwei City and want to take a look. Zichen said indifferently. Tianwei City? Sir, you can't go there. Sun Jian's expression changed, and he said, Tianwei City is the Qin family's headquarters, and there are many experts there. Moreover, the Qin family's ancestor is celebrating his birthday, and many experts from the Bedlam lands have come. Sir, if you go there rashly, you might be at a disadvantage. Why don't you go back and call for more people? I'm going there to take a look, not to gang up on them. What's the use of calling so many people? Zichen laughed involuntarily. The three powers now are not the same as before. Sir, it's better to be careful. Sun Jian reminded. Zichen waved his hand, and said, it's fine. Besides, it's not always useful to have more people. However, even people from Chaos City have come to celebrate the Qin family's ancestor's birthday. In just 30 years, they have gained so much face. No matter what, I have to go and take a look. Zichen had already made up his mind, so Sun Jian naturally didn't dare to say more. Thus, he followed Zichen to pay the bill and left. Although the restaurant owner came out and said that there was no need to pay, Zichen still paid the bill. Because he had killed 13 Dan Essence Realm experts, their spirit rings contained a lot of wealth. Boss, do you know this expert? After Zichen's group left, the waiter asked with admiration in his eyes. The boss shook his head, and said, No, I don't. Oh. The waiter's face was filled with disappointment. A mysterious smile suddenly appeared on the boss's face, and he said, However, in these thousands of years, there has only been one person who dares to go against the major powers and not fear them. After that, no matter how much the waiter asked, the boss just smiled and didn't say anything. Tianwei City was built in the center of the wildlands, and its scale was huge, as big as several major cities. Although it had only been built for 20 years, it had already become the center of the wildlands, bustling and prosperous. In addition, many experts had come to congratulate the Qin family's ancestor on his birthday, making the already bustling area even more prosperous. After leaving Rising Sun City, the three Silk Pants ran all the way to Tianwei City. Scram, all of you scram. When they reached the city gate, the city guards came forward to stop them, and the three scolded and cursed. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the three charged into the city, heading straight for the Qin family. There was still one day before the birthday, but a group of experts had already arrived. Almost all of the major powers in the wildlands had come, and even many of the big and small powers in the Bedlam lands had come. Originally, Qin Rend thought that he would never be able to break through in his life, but the ancient beast essence blood provided by the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion allowed him to find the opportunity to break through. After decades of refining pills, he finally broke through and reached the late primal core stage. This time, it was his 3000th birthday, so he invited many powers and at the same time, expanded the Qin family's business to the outside world. At this moment, Qin Rend was accompanying a group of experts to talk in the main hall. Although the number of late primal core stage experts present was not as many as when the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion opened, it was definitely not a small number. Moreover, the rest were all mid-primal core stage experts, and their words carried a lot of weight in the family. The birthday had not yet started, but he had already received so many gifts that his hands were cramping. At this moment, Qin Rend was accompanying a group of experts to talk in the main hall. There were a few powers here that he had to specially entertain, and those were the overlords. It took him a total of 30 years to climb up this high branch. Even if the other party was only a mid-primal core stage expert, Qin Rend still felt very proud. At this moment, he was talking to a group of experts in the main hall when 3 silk pants rushed into the main hall amidst the shouts and shouts. Grand Elder, something bad has happened. Someone is causing trouble in Danyang City. The moment the 3 entered, they did not care about the surrounding guests and knelt down to report loudly. Everyone looked sideways at the 3 kneeling people. Bastards, don't you know where this is? Get out of here. Qin Rend, who had lost face, was furious. Grand Elder, there is a guy who started a massacre in Danyang City. He killed a total of 13 of our primal core stage experts. Ignoring the Grand Elder's stern gaze, Qin Lian said loudly. Danyang City was the original headquarters of the Qin family, and everyone knew this very well. As the overlord power in this area, the Qin family's primal core stage experts were killed in Danyang City. This was undoubtedly a slap in the face. When everyone's expression changed, they all looked at Qin Rend. Although everyone was expressionless, their expressionless faces were enough to explain the problem. When Qin Rend heard this, his expression turned ugly. Killing people of the Qin family on such a day was obviously a provocation. This was a slap in the face of the Qin family. Just as he was thinking about how to send people to deal with this matter, Qin Lian spoke again. Chapter 699. As soon as he said that, everyone's expression changed. Killing a mid-stage primordial core cultivator who had swallowed a blood explosion pill, how strong was he? A late-stage primordial core cultivator, but he was definitely not an ordinary late-stage primordial core cultivator. Qin Rend's angry expression also became more serious. He asked in a deep voice, "Who is it? What's his strength?" "It's a young man in his 20s. When he fought, he had a head of silver hair. As for his strength, we can't feel it," Qin Rend said. Trash. Qin Rend's expression became extremely gloomy. Looking around again, many Dan Essence cultivators had gloating looks in their eyes, especially the Wang and Liu families. In recent years, the Qin family had really gone overboard. The Qin family disciples did not even put the 2 families in their eyes. Even if they were of the same level, the Qin clan's disciples had arrogance written all over their faces. Now, they had finally kicked an iron plate. As people who came to congratulate, the primordial core cultivators were naturally silent. This was a family matter that needed to be solved by the Qin family. Where is that person now? Qin Rend suppressed his anger and asked. Still in the restaurant in Danyang City. As soon as he said that, the primordial core cultivators had a thought in their hearts. Killing people and still in the restaurant, this was fearless. It seemed that the Qin family not only kicked an iron plate, but a very hard iron plate. But, Qin Rend said after a slight sigh, but when we left Danyang City, he saw us but didn't stop us. I think he already knew that I came to find reinforcements, so he should have taken the opportunity to run now. The primordial core cultivators despised him. Run, this kind of existence didn't kill you, it was completely disdainful and ignored. How could someone who could completely defeat a mid-stage primordial core cultivator run away? Hearing Qin Rend's words, the Qin family's position in the hearts of the crowd dropped obviously. If the disciples in the family had such intelligence, it was hard to imagine what the whole Qin family was like. Qin Rend didn't say a word. Now, he was thinking whether to bring people back or not. Old ancestor, not good, not good. Suddenly, a panicked voice came from outside the door, and Yukong rushed in from outside. Bastard, what happened now? Being so rude in front of so many primordial core cultivators, Qin Rend couldn't suppress his anger anymore. A silver-haired man has arrived outside the city and is currently on a killing spree. Right now, he has already killed several of our sect masters. Yukong's face, who was reporting the news, was clearly filled with shock. What? Qin Rend stood up directly. The other party didn't say a word after arriving here, killing everyone on sight. I suspect that he is a deranged lunatic. That's him, that silver-haired brat. He actually didn't run away and even came here to behave atrociously. Patriarch, you have to uphold justice for the Qin clan. Qin Rend looked as if she had been wronged. Bring me there to take a look. You dare to behave atrociously in Heavenly Might City? You're courting death. Qin Rend directly flew out of the main hall, but before that, he also sent a voice transmission to appease the group of Dan Essence experts, saying that he would be back soon. After Qin Rend left, there was only a group of core essence cultivators left. However, everyone's expressions were more or less moved. Clearly, they all wanted to see that silver-haired man. However, everyone was paying attention to their status and no one spoke. Everyone, someone has come to cause trouble for the Qin clan. Why don't we go and take a look? If there is a need for help, we can lend a helping hand, a mid-stage primordial core cultivator said. Haha, the Heavenly Man Pavilion has a close relationship with the Qin clan. Since you, Wu Liu, have spoken, let's go and take a look. That's right. When there is a need for us to lend a hand, we will naturally not be stingy. However, the Qin clan has a strong foundation and many experts. I don't think there is a need for us. After Wu Liu spoke, the group of experts nodded with smiles on their faces. However, they looked at Wu Liu with a strange gaze. All the forces in the Land of Chaos knew that in recent years, the Heavenly Man Pavilion and the Qin clan had been on bad terms because of some resources. The two parties had not fallen out with each other for so many years because the Heavenly Man Pavilion's leader, Wang Qiong, had a good temper. Furthermore, the Qin clan's alchemy skills were superb. The Heavenly Man Pavilion had to rely on the Qin clan. However, the relationship that the two parties had barely maintained had reached the point of mutual hostility. If someone was causing trouble for the Qin clan, the others might be sincere in wanting to help, but the people from the Heavenly Man Pavilion could not wait for the Qin clan to suffer. Let's go. Wu Liu did not care about the strange gazes of the crowd. He turned into a ray of light and went forward. To be honest, when he heard that the Qin clan was in trouble, he was rather happy. Of course, he was also a little excited. This excitement came from the secret news of the highest level of the Heavenly Man Pavilion. Their leader, Zi Chen, had not returned for decades, but he was still alive. Wu Liu happened to know that Zi Chen had broken through in the Land of Chaos. And in this barren land, there were almost no major forces that dared to come here, so naturally, no one would pay any attention to the Qin family. Moreover, in the entire Bedlam, there were almost no forces that dared to make an enemy out of the Qin family. Therefore, there weren't many forces that dared to attack the Qin family in this barren land and even kill their way to Heavenly Might City. Coincidentally, there was one such person in his imagination. Of course, this was only Wu Liu's wishful thinking. However, as long as there was a 1 in 1,000 or even 1 in 10,000 chance, he would go and take a look. Just as Qin Rend left, a group of powerful cultivators followed. Outside Tianwei City, almost as soon as Qin Rend arrived, the other Elixir Realm cultivators also arrived. From afar, they saw a silver-haired man with a cold aura. He stood in the air and carried a mid-stage Elixir Realm cultivator in his hand as if he was carrying a chicken. Around him, a group of Elixir Realm cultivators held their elixir weapons and were on guard. This was an unfamiliar silver-haired man. However, for some reason, the moment they saw him, they felt a sense of familiarity. In an instant, the Elixir Realm cultivators looked confused. They stopped far away and watched quietly. For the time being, they did not plan to attack. Qin Rend had already rushed forward. However, before he could say anything or threaten the other party, the silver-haired man exerted force in his hand. Peng! A cold silver energy seeped out of his body. The mid-stage Elixir Realm cultivator's life force was extinguished. He fell from the sky and died just like that. The silver-haired man gave off a cold, decisive, and eerie feeling. He was like a poisonous snake. Wherever his gaze passed, people would feel a chill in their hearts. As his cold eyes swept past, the Elixir Realm cultivators of the Qin clan subconsciously retreated in fear. Friend, you came to Tianwei City to behave atrociously. Are you not putting my Qin clan in your eyes? Qin Rend suppressed the anger in his heart and walked forward step by step. He could not be blamed for not redeeming the Qin clan's dignity immediately. After all, even he, a late-stage Elixir Realm cultivator, could not see through the other party's strength. It was as if there was a fog around the other party. He was very mysterious and could not be seen through. Friend. The silver-haired man turned his head to look at Qin Rend. There was a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. Do you treat your friends by threatening to destroy their family? So, don't use this word on me. It's disgusting. Besides, we are no longer friends. You killed our people and called us disgusting. What do you mean? Qin Rend asked coldly. Because your people deserve to be killed. The silver-haired man's tone was cold. I've only been here for a day, and I've already encountered 2 cases of oppression. Your Qin clan is really arrogant now. Not only do you not let cultivators go, you don't even let mortals go. What? Do you really think you're invincible? So you're just here to look for trouble? Qin Ren's eyes flashed with killing intent. Your Qin clan's disciples bullied others. I was just stopping them. But you did not distinguish between right and wrong. You directly sent out so many Elixir Realm cultivators to kill me. If you still think I'm here to look for trouble under such circumstances, then I am indeed here to look for trouble. The silver-haired man's aura became even colder. You killed so many of our people, and you still dare to act like you're in the right. I, Qin Rend, have always been kind and righteous. I hate villains like you who invert right and wrong. Today, in front of all the heroes of the world, I, Qin Rend, will punish evil and eliminate villains. Qin Rend said righteously, releasing a powerful Elixir Realm aura. Shameless indeed. The silver-haired man snorted coldly. The aura around him also surged. After the aura of the 2 reached the peak, they turned into 2 beams of light and charged at each other. Boom. The 2 beams of light collided in the sky, exploding with a loud bang. 2 waves of energy wreaked havoc in the sky, and 1 black hole after another appeared in the sky. After colliding, the 2 beams of light separated. The silver-haired man's expression didn't change. But when he looked at the Qin family's patriarch, Qin Rend, he was filled with shock. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. A celestial heaven expert. In the distance, the expressions of the Elixir Realm experts also changed. In the instant that they had exchanged blows, they had sensed the silver-haired man's cultivation base. He was only at the early primal core realm, and he had only just broken through. However, the energy he had unleashed was extremely terrifying. This was the kind of energy that only Celestials possessed. They could definitely fight across realms. Celestials represented the Martial Heaven Alliance. That was a true colossus. Let alone a small Qin family, even the hegemons of the Chaos region wouldn't be able to remain calm upon hearing this name. When the Liu clan and the Wang clan saw this scene, a faint smile appeared on their faces. It seemed that the existence that the Qin clan had provoked this time was not only strong enough, but also had an even stronger background. They were very happy that the Qin clan would not be able to bear the consequences. Damn it, why would a celestial expert of the Martial Heaven Alliance come here? Qin Ren's expression was extremely ugly. It seemed he didn't have the guts to kill a celestial expert in front of so many people. Is he afraid? It doesn't seem fun. Near the city gates, Zi Chen, Sun Jian, and Linga raised their heads. Zi Chen had a cold smile on his face. You're a celestial expert from the Martial Heaven Alliance. Qin Rend looked at the silver-haired man. The silver-haired man's voice was icy. I relied on my own resources to break through. I didn't join any alliance. Today, I attacked you because I can't bear to see your way of doing things. So there's no need to have any misgivings. You're provoking me. Qin Ren's killing intent surged once more. Since his opponent didn't admit it, he might as well just kill him. You killed members of my Qin family and then repeatedly provoked us in Heavenly Might City. Even if you have a powerful backer, today, I, Qin Rend, will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Just as he said that, a beautiful light flashed in Qin Ren's hand, and a terrifying aura swept out. Chapter 700. Everyone's expression changed. A weapon stronger than an elixir weapon hadn't appeared in this area for more than 30 years. The aura it emitted was suffocating. Everyone, today, I, Qin Rend, will kill this deranged villain here. I hope that everyone can be my witness. Qin Ren's confidence was bursting, but he still had some misgivings, so he spoke to the crowd. This man killed cultivators for no reason. His actions are cruel and unforgivable. Brother Qin, you're a hero and upholding justice. We'll be your witnesses. That's right. This man deserves to die. If he doesn't die, it won't make the people angry. If he lives, it will be blasphemy to all of our forces. Kill this villain. As soon as Qin Ren's words fell, many cultivators revealed expressions of righteous indignation and nodded in agreement. If one were to take a closer look, they would discover that most of the cultivators who spoke were from the land of savages. As for cultivators from the fringe lands, very few of them spoke. However, although they didn't agree, they didn't refute either. Obviously, they agreed with Qin Ren's action. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, let's fight. You make me feel disgusted, the silver-haired man said coldly. Die. With witnesses and standing on the moral high ground, Qin Ren shouted and stepped forward with his foundation. The foundation emitted a dazzling light and a terrifying aura. It directly cut open the sky and fell toward the silver-haired man. As soon as the foundation was released, the silver-haired man felt the space around him was oppressed. Moreover, all he could see was the light of the foundation. It was so sharp and terrifying that he couldn't dodge. Since he couldn't dodge, he would fight. Silver light flashed around his body. The extreme energy between his palms was pushed to the limit, blocking the foundation above his head. Using his bare hands to block the foundation, Qin Ren's expression became ferocious. With the foundation falling from the sky, he was more confident in killing his enemy. Boom! Another rumble rang out between heaven and earth. When the space shattered, a silver figure flew out from the turbulent energy. With the foundation, Qin Ren's combat power had greatly increased. The two sides went from being evenly matched to having the upper hand. The silver-haired man who was sent flying seemed to be much weaker. He seemed to be injured. However, to be able to block the attack of a late-stage nascent core cultivator with his bare hands was enough to prove the strength of a Skyrealm warrior. Die. After gaining the upper hand with one blow, Qin Ren once again rushed forward with his foundation. His expression was extremely cold, and the killing intent around him was even stronger. As the brilliance flickered, a streamer of light shot out from his foundation and slashed toward the silver-haired man again. Explosions rang out in the sky as the void continued to shatter. Terrifying energy surged out, stunning many cultivators. With his foundation, Qin Ren's battle prowess had already reached the peak of the core essence realm. If he met a god, he would kill a god. He was unstoppable and extremely arrogant. Under the continuous attacks of his foundation, the silver-haired man was sent flying again and again. Although the silver-haired man blocked the attacks again and again, and his strength was amazing, his injuries were getting worse and worse, and his aura was getting weaker. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated. However, the strange thing was that the other party's expression didn't change. He didn't run away in the face of defeat. Instead, he controlled his ultimate energy to resist the attacks. Ha, prepare to die. Qin Ren let out a sinister laugh. With a strong aura, he slashed down from the sky again. This time, the destructive power of his foundation was even more terrifying. Boom! The foundation landed, and terrifying energy surged. The silver-haired man finally couldn't withstand this attack and fell to the ground. However, as soon as his body landed, it turned into white smoke and dissipated. How did he turn into smoke? Is he dead or has he run away? He turned into white smoke out of thin air. Could it be that he's a demon and has disappeared into the ground? The cultivators who rushed over after hearing the explosion all looked at the place where the young man turned into white smoke in confusion. They didn't know what had happened. However, in the sky, the expressions of all the core essence cultivators became interesting when they saw the young man turn into white smoke. Their minds were shaken to the extreme. A clone. It was actually a clone. The silver-haired man that Qin Ren killed after fighting for a long time with his foundation was actually an energy clone. If a clone was already so powerful, then how terrifying would the other party's real body be? Now, they finally knew why they couldn't see through the other party before. It was because the other party wasn't human, but just a clone. If they could see through it, then they would also have the means to see through illusions. For a moment, the core essence cultivators, who didn't care before, now had serious expressions. As for Qin Rend, his eyes swept through the crowd as if to find the location of the real body. The world suddenly became dead silent. No one spoke, just like the corpses on the ground that had lost their temperature. So many people gathered together, from the sky to the ground, but it was so quiet that even the sound of breathing was almost silent. "Are you looking for the real body?" Suddenly, an indifferent voice sounded from the ground. When this voice sounded out, the crowd's gazes landed on Zichen's body. Unfortunately, he had changed his appearance and no one was able to recognize him. "It's you." Qin Rend looked down at Zichen. "Of course it's me." Zichen walked forward step by step, as if he was walking on stairs, step by step in the air. "Today, when I just arrived at Danyang City, I saw a few of your Qin family's playboys bullying a mortal old man who couldn't fight back. In addition, they also wanted to kill his granddaughter. I saved them and learned more about the situation. Only then did I know that the old man was also a cultivator, in the flight realm. Because 10 years ago, he inadvertently disciplined a scum of your Qin family who went around to harm mortals at the age of 12 or 13, his cultivation was abolished. And all these years, the scum of your Qin family tried to defile a 7 or 8-year-old girl several times." Zichen walked step by step in the air until he was in front of Qin Rend. "Tell me, do you think such scum deserve to die?" Qin Rend's face was gloomy, and he didn't say anything. The other alchemy primes were also listening quietly. "But I didn't kill such a scum. I just told him to get lost, but then 2 alchemy primes from your Qin family came to seek justice. I still didn't kill them, but told them to get lost quickly. The 2 of them left when they saw that the situation was not good, but brought back 11 more. Are you trying to gang up on me? I originally wanted to teach these 13 alchemy primes a lesson, but who knew that your Qin family would threaten to destroy my family for the dignity of your Qin family? So, in order to prevent my family from being destroyed, I can only kill those who want to destroy my family, and kill to stop killing." As he finished speaking, Zichen pointed to the ground. There was a corpse there, and beside the corpse, an old man in the true energy realm knelt on the ground like a walking corpse. Tears flowed down his face, and he was crying silently. "Do you see the old man? The dead cultivator beside him is his son. He was forced back by the energy when you 3 scum forced your way into the city. He clearly paid the entrance fee before, and after he was forced back, he came forward and said that he wanted to enter the city. Your people said that they didn't have it. He was dissatisfied and wanted to find someone to reason with, but the result was that he became a cold corpse." Zichen pointed to a place not far away, where there were 7 or 8 corpses wearing armor. "Those were all involved in this matter, and they were all killed by me. As for the rest, they all came to die for the dignity of your Qin family." Only Zichen's voice could be heard in the world. His voice was not loud, but it spread throughout the entire area. After Zichen finished speaking, many people's faces were filled with resentment. It was obvious that they had been oppressed for so many years, but some people did not care. They were high and mighty cultivators, and there was nothing wrong with killing mortals and weak cultivators. Wu Liu had been staring at Zichen. He was not sure about Zichen's identity, but after hearing what Zichen had said and done, his eyes lit up. He had great power and was decisive in killing, but he had let the Qin family off twice. It was obvious that they were friends. Moreover, as a strong cultivator, he had a compassionate heart and treated mortals and cultivators as equals. Everyone was equal. He had ultimate power, a clone, strong combat power, and a benevolent heart. All these signs appeared in one person, and it seemed that there was only one person in this area. And that person was the pavilion master of the heavenly barbarian pavilion, Zichen. The actions of the Qin family are really disappointing. In the end, Zichen raised his head and looked coldly at Qin Rend. "And your name should be changed. Rend is not worthy of you. Benevolence, righteousness, and morality are like farts coming out of your mouth. You will be called Shameless Qin or Scum Qin from now on. You're courting death." Murderous intent appeared in Qin Ren's eyes, and he clenched his fist tightly. "One of us will have to die, but I believe that that person will be you," Zichen said seriously. Shameless boasting. Qin Rend held his fist horizontally in front of his chest. I wanted to use you to practice, but a scum like you is not worthy of being my sparring partner. I might as well end you directly and return peace to this area. Also, the Qin family seems to be developing in the same way as the other major forces 30 years ago. Therefore, their destruction is inevitable, and the destruction of the Qin family is inevitable. Who are you? Qin Ren's face was full of shock, and the other primordial core cultivators also felt a chill in their hearts when they heard this. Obviously, the Qin family had really provoked an existence that they could not afford to provoke. Now, the Qin family had brought disaster to the Qin family. As for the three nouveau riches, they were so frightened that they did not know what to say. Now, their only hope was that the Grand Elder could kill the other party, and they also hoped that the others would attack together and kill this mysterious and dangerous young man with all their might. After Zichen finished speaking, he decided to attack. The aura around his body began to surge. Although he felt that the aura of the primordial core realm was surging from the other party's body, Qin Rend still had other primordial core cultivators, and he could still feel the danger from it. Qin Rend held his fist and retreated, not daring to attack rashly. Chapter 701. The effect of the blood explosion pellet was very strong. It was equivalent to the self-destruction of one's Dan Yuan. However, after decades of testing, it was found that only in the early and middle stages could it achieve the desired effect. As for the late stages, it could only increase one's battle strength by a few folds. Qin Ren's request for help made the group of Dan Yuan choose to remain silent. They were very hesitant, between the favor of the Qin family and the dangerous young man. As for the person who dared to accuse Zichen of being evil, he was so scared that his face turned pale, and he didn't say a word. Before the group of Dan Yuan experts could make a choice, someone exclaimed, "Extreme energy. That's the extreme energy of a Sky Realm expert." Since the other party's clone had extreme energy, his real body naturally had it as well. This exclamation was useless. When the Dan Yuan experts heard this, they were dissatisfied. However, when their gazes landed on the extreme energy in the young man's hand, they all widened their eyes in disbelief. Golden energy actually appeared in his opponent's hand. It was not the cold energy from before. This time, it was a blazing energy. What's going on? Could it be that he's not the owner of the clone? Seeing the golden energy, the group of Dan Origin Realm experts were puzzled. However, in the next moment, they all widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. Because in the other hand of the young man, the extreme energy appeared again. This time, the extreme energy in his hand was silver and extremely cold, the same as the aura around the silver-haired man. In the young man's left and right hands, extreme energies appeared. One was gold, one was silver, one was blazing hot, one was cold. They were polar opposites. What kind of situation would it be for a single person to possess two diametrically opposed types of extreme energy? The answer was Zichen. In the current world, only Zichen could have two extreme energies. Zichen, you're Zichen. Two extreme energies in one body. He's the pavilion master of the heavenly barbarian pavilion, Zichen. Thinking about what had just been said and the obvious two extreme energies at this moment, all kinds of shocking sounds could be heard. The news of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion's Pavilion Master Zichen's disappearance for more than 30 years had long spread throughout the fringe. Furthermore, he had not returned for more than 30 years. No one believed that Zichen was still alive. Therefore, although Wang Qiong had been calling himself the Vice Pavilion Master, in their eyes, Wang Qiong was the Pavilion Master. As for Zichen, he was long dead. But now, Zichen had actually appeared. Although he had changed his appearance, the two extreme energies made them certain that the young man was Zichen. While everyone was still in shock and horror, Zichen had already thrown out two balls of light formed from ultimate energy. One gold, one silver, two balls of light flew towards Qin Rend. At this moment, Qin Rend had also swallowed a blood explosion pill. A terrifying aura surged around his body. Seeing the two extreme energies, his face was filled with shock. He repeatedly cried out, "Zichen, this is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Zichen did not speak. He simply controlled his ultimate energy to move forward. It's a misunderstanding, Zichen. It's really a misunderstanding. Qin Rend quickly retreated. However, his speed was not as fast as the ultimate energy. The Qin family dared to repeatedly challenge the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion's bottom line in the past 30 years because Zichen was not around. In their hearts, Zichen was powerful and terrifying. Regardless of whether it was his strength or his schemes, they were all fearful. However, Zichen was no longer around. He was dead. Therefore, they were not afraid of Wang Qiong and challenged the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion's bottom line time and time again. In the pursuit, the two extreme energies finally approached each other and exploded. Extreme yin and extreme yang collided with a loud explosion. A terrifying and turbulent aura filled the entire sky. Tianwei City began to tremble at this moment. It was as if the true might of heaven had descended. The Qin family in the city were filled with despair. It was as if doomsday had arrived. As for the others, their faces were filled with excitement. It was as if the sun had risen at dawn. Everyone's faces were filled with radiance. Zichen was a legend. Even though 30 years had passed, Zichen's reputation was still prominent. He was still an immortal legend. During this period of oppression, many people were hoping that Zichen would return. They hoped that he would be able to stop this oppressive situation. Now, their hopes had come true. In the sky, Zichen had already returned to his original appearance. He was cold, domineering, and extremely handsome. The two extreme energies were still colliding. The destructive energy showed no signs of dissipating. Within the destructive energy, the Qin family's ancestor, Qin Rend, was screaming. Zichen. Grandpa, big brother is actually Zichen. The legendary Zichen. Below, Linga opened her eyes wide and looked at the cool Zichen in the sky. Don't call him big brother. Call him master. Sun Jian corrected her and then said, he is Zichen, the main character of Grandpa's stories. He is also the person Grandpa admires the most. When Linga was young, Sun Jian would always tell her stories. However, the main character was not himself, who had failed. Instead, it was Zichen, who had succeeded. In fact, it was not just Sun Jian. In the past few decades, the legendary Zichen had become a household name. Zichen had disappeared for 30 years, but his reputation was still prominent. It was also because he was the main character of all the miracles and legends. Everyone grew up listening to Zichen's stories when they were young. Great Lord! Wu Liu looked at Zichen from afar. She was excited. As for the others, they were all in disbelief. A person who used 30 years to break through to the inner core realm was actually still alive. This was really unbelievable. On the other hand, the Liu family and the Wang family's faces were filled with excited smiles. They knew that their luck had come. The Qin family's luck had come to an end. Zichen is back. Your Liu family really made the right bet, the Wang family's ancestor said. The Liu family's ancestor shook his head and said, no, I didn't bet. I just did what I should do. Honesty is the most important thing. The Qin family suppressed the Liu family and the Wang family mainly because they embezzled the resources of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. If the Liu family also embezzled ancient beast materials, they would also have achieved something. However, the Liu family did not. In these 30 years, because of the Qin family, Wang Qiong did not really trust the power of the barbarian land. However, the Liu family still guaranteed the same number of elixir soldiers as 30 years ago. They never discounted. Once Zichen's name was out, it instantly spread throughout Tianwei City. At this moment, the Qin family felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The three dregs of the Qin family were almost scared to death. The young man's true identity was on the verge of being revealed. Only now did they know that the young man was not a piece of metal but a godly mountain. They had accidentally kicked a godly mountain. In the sky, the extreme energy slowly dissipated. From the beginning to the end, Qin Rend did not manage to escape. Just as the energy dissipated, his body fell from the sky. His life force was very weak. However, before he landed on the ground, a figure flew over from afar and caught Qin Rend in midair. At the same time, he channeled a stream of energy into Qin Ren's body to protect his heart meridian. Zichen, Lord Zichen, this is all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. After doing all this, the mid-stage primal core realm cultivator hurriedly bowed to Zichen and said, "A misunderstanding." Zichen looked at him coldly. "Yes, Lord Zichen. I have already understood the whole story. This is indeed the Qin family's fault. This is the Qin family's fault. This is the Qin family's traitor bloodline. The ancestor did not want that bloodline to end, so he left them in Danyang City. Who would have thought that they would not repent and do such a crazy thing? This is simply unacceptable." As soon as the mid-stage primal core realm cultivator finished speaking, an early-stage primal core realm cultivator carried the three dregs forward. The three of them were terrified. Their mouths were wide open as if they were begging for mercy. However, no sound came out of their mouths. In the next moment, a rainbow light flashed, and the three of their heads were separated from their bodies. They lost all signs of life. Fresh blood gushed out from their necks as their bodies fell from the sky. The three of them did not even have a chance to explain themselves before they were killed. These three are the main culprits. If Lord Zichen is still not satisfied, then I will immediately send people back to destroy the Qin family's bloodline. The mid-stage primal core realm cultivator looked at Zichen and said, "This is all the Qin family's fault. I hope that Lord Zichen will be magnanimous and give the Qin family a way out. We promise that we will strictly discipline the disciples of the Qin family in the future. We promise that nothing like this will happen again." The development of the situation was completely unexpected. The powerful Qin family could be said to have shown the lowest attitude at this moment. With such an attitude of admitting their fault, even Zichen frowned. He could not find a reason to kill them again. Seeing that Zichen was frowning and did not say anything, the mid-stage primal core realm cultivator turned his head and said, "The few of you, take some people and kill the Qin family's bloodline in Danyang City. This is the Qin family's fault. Since they made a mistake, they have to bear the consequences. This is the price they should pay. Go, leave no one alive." "Yes." A total of 7 primal core realm cultivators nodded. Then, they turned into beams of light and flew towards Danyang City. The crowd was in an uproar. They were shocked by the Qin family's decisiveness. However, this move was also a wise move. "All right, this matter is over." Zichen waved his hand and said indifferently. Although he knew that this was an act, Zichen could only fall for it. If he did not stop them, then in order to protect the Qin family, they would definitely destroy the other bloodline. As for saying that the other bloodline was the original traitor, even ghosts would not believe it. "Thank you, Lord Zichen. Our Qin family owes Lord Zichen another huge favor. In the future, Lord," Zichen did not wait for the other to finish and interrupted him, "don't mention favors to me anymore. I, Zichen, do not dare to accept the favor of your Qin family. From now on, your Qin family has nothing to do with me, Zichen." Zichen looked at the two and said, "I have to say, your Qin family's way of doing things disgusts me from the bottom of my heart. I hate it." Zichen alone shocked everyone. No one dared to move. With one strike, he had almost killed a late-stage primal core realm cultivator who had swallowed a blood explosion elixir. Such strength was enough to make people tremble. No one dared to move, but Wu Liu did. He flew over from afar and arrived in front of Zichen. He respectfully called him Lord. At this moment, Wu Liu felt extremely proud to be able to call Zichen Lord. Chapter 702. This. Zichen asked this question as soon as he opened his mouth. Hearing this, Wu Liu hesitated for a while and didn't know how to answer. "What? You don't know?" Zichen frowned. Wu Liu rolled her eyes and understood what to say. She said, "There were some before the deal, but the Qin family has been using all kinds of excuses to reduce the quantity and quality of the pills. Lord Wang Qiong said that if we can't make up for these things, we won't deal with the Qin family for the time being. Reducing the quantity and quality of the pills." Zichen's voice turned cold. "Yes, it started 5 years after Lord Wang Qiong disappeared, and it has been going on ever since. In the end, it got worse and worse. Wu Liu said honestly. When the Qin clan heard this, they broke out in cold sweat. Their hearts were filled with fear. Qin Rend almost fainted. It was obvious that Wu Liu's actions were to put the Qin clan in a dangerous position. However, at this moment, Zichen had shocked everyone. No one dared to casually open their mouth or defend themselves. Zichen turned his head to look at the Qin family members with a cold smile on his face. 30 years ago, I led my men to conquer this place. I spent a lot of resources and many of my Dan core realm subordinates died. In order to conquer this place, I lost one of my mineral veins in the Bedlam lands and the other one was in danger. After conquering this place, I didn't ask for anything and brought my men back to the Bedlam lands. During this period, I even gave you all the resources you needed for your development. Your Qin family's patriarch died and the Qin family's heritage was lost. I also gave you a gift. Zichen's face was full of sarcasm. I saved you from trouble, protected your forces, and even gave you resources to rebuild. Is this a kindness? But how did you repay me? 5 years, the normal deal lasted for less than 5 years, and you started to have thoughts of betrayal. As expected, you, Qin Rend, are worthy of your benevolent and righteous name. Hearing this, the Qin family members lowered their heads and didn't say a word. This was the truth, and they couldn't deny it. The other Dan core realm cultivators also had various expressions on their faces. Obviously, it was the first time for many of them to hear this. For a moment, their expressions changed. If the forces that treated their benefactor like this, how would they treat them? The group of Dan core realm cultivators fell into deep thought. What are you doing here today? Are you here to rush the pills? Zichen asked. No, the Vice Pavilion Master asked me to come and give Qin Rend a congratulatory gift, Wu Liu said. What gift? Zichen looked at Wu Liu. King-level ancient beast blood essence. Qin Rend has been eyeing this thing for a long time. Upon hearing this, Zichen coldly snorted. The King Ancient Beast's blood essence is something that we obtained by risking our lives to enter the ancient battlefield. How can we give it to an ungrateful scum? This is a resource, a consumable item, not something to be given to scum. Yes. Wu Liu nodded and said with a smile, it just so happens that I haven't given them anything yet. That saves me the trouble. Actually, I was worried before. What if they weren't grateful for the blood essence of the ancient beast kings and were greedy for more? What about Qin Xing and Qin He? For so many years, the Qin clan has been so stingy and irresponsible. Did the two of them say anything? Zichen suddenly asked. Wu Liu smiled bitterly and said, the two of them are still in the Heavenly Man Pavilion. They are focused on developing pills. As they are too honest and don't know how to be flexible and fight for the clan's interests, they have been chased out of the clan by Qin Rend. They are no longer part of the Qin clan. They are now homeless. Zichen nodded. He had always had a good impression of the two of them. Reality proved that the two of them were indeed good people. He looked at the Qin clan and said coldly, from now on, the Heavenly Man Pavilion will no longer have any dealings with the Qin clan. Also, withdraw all the Qin clan's businesses from the market immediately. From now on, the Qin clan from the land of savages is not allowed to step into the market of the Heavenly Man Pavilion. Lord Zichen, that's not very good. The Qin clan only sells pills in the market and pays the rent on time. We have never breached the contract. Furthermore, the pills that the Qin clan produces have already made a name for themselves in the market. If we withdraw abruptly, other cultivators won't be able to buy the pills. This may damage the market's popularity, the intermediate core stage cultivator who was supporting Qin Rend said. This sentence was obviously a threat, but Zichen did not care. He only laughed coldly and said, the Wuji sect's pill refining skills are extensive and profound. How much of the Qin clan's pill refining skills can the Wuji sect display now? Even 20%. The Wuji sect's pill refining skills were already at the peak of perfection. Even 20% of the inheritance is enough for the Qin clan to refine pills at the peak of perfection, the intermediate core stage cultivator of the Qin clan said confidently. Zichen nodded. It was rare for him to agree with the other party. This sentence is indeed correct. However, since you dare to use 20% of the inheritance, My 100% of the inheritance naturally cannot be ignored. Ignoring the Qin clan's disbelief, Zichen said coldly, unfortunately, I came back this time to leave the inheritance of the pill refining skills to you. However, the Qin clan's performance is really disappointing. However, I am also very glad that I recognized you. Otherwise, it would be too late to recognize you after I left the inheritance of the skills to you. The Qin clan's expression became extremely ugly. Then, Zichen looked at Wu Liu and asked, do we still have transactions with the Liu clan? Some more. How is it? Although the number of transactions has decreased, the pill weapons produced by the Liu clan are still normal, Wu Liu replied. This sentence meant that they did not have any major achievements, but they did not make any mistakes either. It meant that they were still doing things the same as before. Compared to the Qin clan, the difference was like heaven and earth. Alright, when the Liu clan is free, you can visit the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. It just so happens that I have been doing some research on the forging skills recently and found a few flaws in the forging skills. If you have time, you can sit down and discuss with each other. Zichen looked in the direction of the Liu clan. I dare not say that I can discuss, but since Pavilion Master Zichen has invited us, the Liu clan will definitely go. The Liu clan's old ancestor cupped his hands and said loudly. There was undisguised pride in his tone. Zichen nodded and turned to leave. Wu Liu followed. After taking a few steps forward, Zichen suddenly stopped. He stretched out his hand and a suction force gushed out from his palm. With a clang, the foundation that had been knocked down earlier turned into a ray of light and fell into Zichen's hand. I don't want the pills that were deducted for 25 years. This foundation was given to you by me back then. I will take it back now. Goodbye, we will not meet again. After keeping the foundation, Zichen landed on the ground and left with Ling Er. With Zichen's departure, the Qin clan could be considered to have been saved. However, the Qin clan members' faces were filled with despair. Zichen's 100% mastery in alchemy was an unimaginable blow to them. Their hearts were bleeding as regret filled their hearts. The weak Qin Ren's heart was also filled with regret. Compared to 100% mastery in alchemy, the wealth that he had accumulated over the years was nothing. The pills that he had embezzled were nothing. He secretly cursed himself for being short-sighted and for not controlling his clan and completely indulging them. Now that the Qin clan was finished, the Liu clan was going to rise. If they had 100% mastery in alchemy, they would obviously have a lot of forging skills. Zichen's intention just now was obviously to pass on his forging skills to the Liu clan. As for the Wang clan, they had a great relationship with Zichen. Naturally, their rise was only a matter of time. After Zichen left, the group of Dan Yuan was left. The Dan Yuan from the Overlord clan had seen everything from beginning to end, so they naturally knew how to choose. Everyone, I'm really sorry. I suddenly remembered that I have important matters to attend to in the clan. I'll take my leave now. After saying that, the Dan Yuan from the Overlord clan was about to leave. However, before he left, he stopped in front of the Wang clan and Liu clan's ancestors and said, if the two of you have the opportunity to go to the Bedlam lands, you can visit the Shangguan clan. We will naturally welcome you warmly. The ancestors of the two clans were flattered and hurriedly returned the greeting. Before the Overlord clan left, they didn't even look at the Qin clan. The same scene repeated in the following days. The forces that had come to congratulate Qin Rend left one after another, but they did not greet the main character, Qin Rend. Instead, they went to greet the people from the Liu family and the Wang family, each extending a friendly olive branch. On this day, the Liu clan and Wang clan had gained a lot of face. However, the two of them knew that it was all because of Zichen. This was because Zichen, who had successfully formed his core, could bring the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion to new heights and even surpass the Overlord clan. The Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion could only be considered to have truly risen after Zichen's breakthrough. In less than 4 hours, the Qin clan went from prosperity to decline. They had spent 30 years to build up their prosperity and thought that it was very fast. However, it only took them 4 hours to decline. This was a fact that the Qin clan couldn't explain. The hall that was previously packed with people was now silent to the point that it was somewhat cold. The weak Qin Rend was so angry at this situation that he wanted to vomit blood. And the cause of all this was actually a few profligate disciples and a few arrogant guards. This was a small matter that wasn't worth mentioning. However, today, it became the root cause of the Qin clan's decline. Men. Qin Ren's weak voice came from the hall. A Dan Yuan walked in. Go to Danyang City and kill all those profligate disciples. Destroy that clan's bloodline. Qin Ren said weakly. Yes. Dan Yuan retreated. Not long after, the Qin clan's bloodline in Danyang City was massacred. At the same time, Qin Ren issued an order for the Qin clan's disciples to keep a low profile. However, this measure was obviously too late. Zichen and the rest left. However, they didn't go straight to the heavenly barbarian pavilion. Instead, they went to the ruins. Sir, aren't we going back? Wu Liu asked doubtfully. Zichen shook his head and said, No, I still have to go to the ruins to get something. What is it? Wu Liu knew that he had asked the wrong question and quickly shut his mouth. Zichen smiled and said, It's something left behind by the Wuji sect. However, the Wuji sect has been destroyed. I'm not sure if this thing is still there. Wu Liu nodded and didn't speak again. Along the way, Linga held onto Zichen tightly and never let go. Oh right, I haven't introduced you. This is Ling my direct disciple. Ling this is Uncle Wu Liu. Zichen introduced. Hello, Wu Liu. Ling was extremely polite. Zichen didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she called his name so directly. Ling was good in every way except for her lack of manners. Chapter 703. Of course, Wu Liu did not mind. Ling status as Zichen's disciple had greatly increased her value. Is she very talented? Wu Liu asked curiously. A future heaven martial artist. Do you think she's talented? Zichen was a little proud. Wu Liu's eyes widened in disbelief. He looked at Ling again and observed her carefully. However, he could not see anything with his eyesight. Then, Zichen introduced Sun Jian. Compared to Ling calmness, Sun Jian was very agitated. There had been too many ups and downs today. If he was just a normal person, he would not have been able to take it and would have died from his emotions. Luckily, he was once a cultivator and had seen much of the world. Although the Qin clan's decline today was caused by Zichen's appearance, if today's events were to be recorded in history, Sun Jian's name would be included as well. That was because he recognized Zichen immediately when he first arrived in Danyang City and had not changed his appearance. After Zichen changed his appearance, he went forward to answer Zichen's questions. It's been more than 30 years. Is everyone doing well? Zichen asked on the way. Other than the deputy pavilion leader, everyone else has left the Heavenly Man Pavilion, Wu Liu answered. What? They've all left? Zichen turned to look at Wu Liu. Sir hasn't returned yet. The monk, demon ape, and the rest have also left. Even the formation master Lu Peng has gone out to train. Now, only Qin Xing, Qin He, and the deputy pavilion leader are from this area. What about Xian She's also left. Miss Xian left 10 years ago. She left with Longhu and went straight to the ancient beast world, Wu Liu said. Ancient beast world. Zichen frowned. Over the past 30 years, the Qin family has repeatedly challenged the Heavenly Man Pavilion's bottom line. Other than their own greed, the ancient beast world is also the reason. Now, the Ancient Beast series is no longer exclusive to the Heavenly Man Pavilion. Zichen listened quietly and didn't interrupt. Ling and Sun Jian were also listening. The Ancient Beast world was accidentally discovered by a powerful force. No one had set foot in it before, and it was a newly discovered small world filled with all sorts of dangers. In the dozen or so years since it was first discovered, the powerful forces sent out many Dan essences, but no one returned alive. Left with no other choice, the powerful forces could only send out powerful cultivators from their clans to explore the small world with powerful trump cards. Many powerful cultivators entered the small world and worked together to open up a way back. Then, they shared the information in the small world. The news is relatively simple. There is only one sentence: There is an ancient beast in the pocket dimension. When this news spread, it caused a huge commotion in the fringe. Every major power in the fringe went into a frenzy. They sent their experts into the pocket dimension according to the orders of the overlords to hunt the ancient beast. According to the overlord's wishes, what does this have to do with the overlord's influence? Asked Zichen. The way back is mainly opened up by the overlords. If you want to enter to kill the ancient beast, you have to inform the overlords. It's relatively easy to enter as long as you have Dan essences. But if you want to leave through the way back, you have to pay a toll. The toll is based on the ancient beast's body. Zichen nodded and asked, what kind of ancient beasts are there? Are there many of them? The ancient beasts there are similar to those in the ancient battlefield. There are many of them, but their quality is not as good as the ancient beasts in the ancient battlefield. From the information we have received, the highest grade ancient beast there is only equivalent to the descendant of the ancient beast in the ancient battlefield. As for the blood essence of ancient beasts, the major forces haven't found it yet. Although the Heavenly Man Pavilion doesn't have an advantage in the blood essence of ancient beasts, we are the only ones in the fringe who have it. Xian'er has been in there for 10 years. Did she not return? Although Zichen was curious about the ancient beast world, he was more concerned about Xian'er's life. Miss Xian'er has not returned. When she entered with Longhu, the major forces had not opened up the way back. Wu Liu shook her head. She hasn't returned for 10 years. Has she been hunting ancient beasts? Zichen frowned. He felt that something was wrong. Sir, don't worry. Miss Xian'er has not returned, but it doesn't mean that something has happened to her. I heard that the ancient beast world is connected to another world. Miss Xian'er might have gone to another world. While they were talking, the 4 of them arrived at the ruins. Wu Liu had naturally heard of the Wuji sect. She sighed when she saw the ruins. A true overlord force had been reduced to ruins. There were many mutated formations in the ruins. It would be dangerous to fly through the air. Zichen led the group into the ruins from the ground. 2 days later, the 4 of them arrived at the depths of the ruins. Then, Zichen's spiritual thoughts surged out. He used the Wuji sect's secret technique to sense the location of the small world. The group continued to walk and stop for several hours before Zichen brought the 3 of them to a stop in front of a pile of ruins. Sir, could it be that the thing you're looking for is here? Wu Liu was confused as she looked at the ruins. This is the Wuji sect's weapon storage pavilion. There are many weapons inside, and they are all of high quality, Zichen explained. The Wuji sect's weapon storage pavilion. Wu Liu's eyes widened. The Wuji sect was extremely powerful in the past. They were the leader of the southern region and the true overlord. There must be good things in such a place that stored weapons. At the very least, they would find many things that surpassed elixir weapons. Sun Jian was excited. Linger looked forward curiously. Under the watchful eyes of the 3, Zichen began to form seals with his hands. Golden energy appeared between his fingers. This was a seal that Zichen had obtained from an inheritance. It was specifically used to open the various small worlds within the Boundless sect. The seal was like a key, but in order to successfully open this small world, it required a large amount of energy. Of course, it had to be either extreme yin or extreme yang. Other extreme energy seals were useless. Open. After forming the seal, Zichen shouted. Rays of golden light surged forward like water. The void in front of them began to tremble as ripples spread out. Under their dumbfounded gazes, a deep passageway appeared in front of them. The passageway had just appeared, so it was not stable yet. The 3 of them were excited. Evidently, they thought that there would be many powerful weapons at the other end of the passageway. Not good, retreat. Zichen suddenly shouted. He raised his hand and sent out a ray of golden energy. This energy wrapped around Ling and Sun Jian and brought them back. As for Wu Liu, he quickly retreated as soon as Zichen spoke. However, his reaction speed was a bit too slow. Just as he retreated, he felt a dangerous aura come from the depths of the passageway. Then, the entire passageway exploded. A powerful shockwave swept over Wu Liu, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. When he got up, his clothes were in tatters. He cut a sorry figure. "Sir, what's going on?" Wu Liu ignored his sorry appearance and quickly ran over. "The boundless sect has been destroyed. The formation that connected the small realms has also been destroyed. The entire small realm has become extremely unstable, so it will explode as soon as it is touched," Zichen explained. A small realm exploded just like that. That was the boundless sect's armory. "Perhaps we can find even more secrets," Wu Liu said unwillingly. When Zichen heard this, he smiled and said, "We're just here to take a look. There's not much hope. Also, the boundless sect mobilized all of its forces back then. Whether or not there are any weapons inside is another matter." Zichen's explanation made Wu Liu feel much better. Afterwards, Zichen sensed a few more small realms, but the results were similar. They either couldn't be opened, or they exploded before the passageway could take shape. When they finally managed to open a small realm, the four of them walked in and found that it was completely empty. Wu Liu couldn't help but sigh. Everything was just as Zichen had expected. Back then, the boundless sect had mobilized all of its forces. If they didn't succeed, they would die trying. As such, they had taken away more than 80% of the sect's resources. In the end, the boundless sect had been destroyed. As for the remaining resources, they had been split up among the other factions. Even though Zichen could sense where the small realms were located, he didn't discover anything. "Sir, how many small realms have we found?" The four of them had already wandered around for 2 days. They had discovered quite a few small realms, but only 2 of them had been able to enter. However, both of these small realms were empty. These small realms were used to store treasures, but they were completely empty, as if they had been plundered. Wu Liu guessed that someone must have opened these small realms and taken away the remaining resources. Could it be that the boundless sect still has survivors, and a direct descendant at that? Zichen frowned. These legacies had to be imprinted with extreme energy. Even if outsiders tried to steal them, they would only be able to take the resources on the surface. It was impossible for them to steal the small realm's resources. However, the 2 small realms that they had opened were completely empty. "Open for me." Over the past 2 days, Zichen formed his hand seal for the 8th time. As the seal descended, golden light surged, and another small realm's passageway slowly appeared. Wu Liu reflexively retreated, afraid that the passageway would explode again. Ling and Sun Jian stood behind Zichen, while Zichen stared at the passageway. For some reason, he suddenly had a feeling that there was definitely something inside this passageway. The passageway slowly solidified and didn't explode, proving that they could enter. Zichen strode forwards and entered the passageway. The other 3 followed closely behind. "It can't be empty again, right?" Wu Liu muttered after entering the passageway. The light flickered, and they arrived at this small realm. This small realm was thousands of kilometers wide, and almost any treasure could be stored inside. However, at this moment, this small realm was still completely empty. "It's empty, it's still empty," Wu Liu said dejectedly. Zichen shook his head and said, "Not necessarily. I keep feeling like there's something here. Let's look carefully." Afterwards, the 4 of them entered this small realm and began to search every inch of it. After a while, Wu Liu said dejectedly, "Sir Zichen, this small realm is only so big. We can sense everything with our consciousness, but there's nothing here." "No, there's definitely something here," Zichen said. "Sir, are you sure?" Chapter 704. Trapped. "Really? Isn't that the exit?" Wu Liu turned her head and looked at the exit. She didn't care. "That's not the exit," Zichen shook his head and said seriously. "My lord, don't scare me. This place is only 1,000 miles wide. Everything inside can be seen clearly with one's spiritual senses. Moreover, we've searched around. This is clearly the exit we came from. As long as I take a step forward, I can walk out." Wu Liu was about to verify what she said. "Don't go." Zichen stopped her, but it was too late. Wu Liu took 2 steps forward and stepped into the original exit. Her figure flashed and disappeared. It looked like Wu Liu had gone out, but Zichen knew that she must still be here and hadn't gone out. Linga was very nervous. She held Zichen's hand tightly. Sun Jian also leaned toward Zichen. "Take Ling and follow me," Zichen said, motioning for Sun Jian to take Ling. Then, he led the two of them into the original exit. Light flashed, and when they reappeared, they were already in the outside world. We're out, we're out." Ling and Sun Jian's faces were filled with joy, but Zichen frowned. "Sir, you guessed wrong. I've already come out. Look, you're out too. This is an empty small world. There's nothing inside." Wu Liu's voice sounded from the side. Looking at Wu Liu, Ling and Sun Jian both nodded. This time, Zichen had indeed miscalculated. "Is that so?" But when Zichen saw Wu Liu, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. "Isn't that so? We've already come out. Why don't we go in and take a look?" Wu Liu pointed at the passage ahead that hadn't dissipated. "No need." Zichen shook his head. "If you don't want to take a look, then forget it. Do we go back or continue to search?" Wu Liu asked again. The smile on Zichen's face became even colder. Then, he pointed at Wu Liu. Golden energy gushed out from Zichen's finger and landed on Wu Liu's body. Then, there was an explosion. Ling was so shocked that she let go of Zichen and covered her mouth. Her face was full of disbelief. This was because Wu Liu had actually been blasted apart by Zichen's finger and had died. "I told you to hold on tight. Don't let go." Ling felt a strong force on her arm. It was Zichen who had grabbed her again. Immediately after, a cry of surprise came from beside Ling. It was Sun Jian. "No, the body exploded, but there is no flesh. He is a fake." "Hold on tight and don't let go," Zichen said again. One of Ling's hands was held by Zichen, while the other was held tightly by Sun Jian. "What do we do now?" Ling seemed to be afraid of such a strange scene. Even her voice was trembling. "Sun Jian, what do you think we should do now?" Zichen suddenly asked. A look of fear appeared on Sun Jian's face as he shook his head. "I don't know either. This scene is too strange. Is this an illusion array? I don't even know when I fell for it." "We fell for it when we returned from searching in the small world," Zichen said. "Ah, then what do we do? Are we still in the small world?" Sun Jian's body trembled. He was frightened. "We should still be here. Then how do we leave?" Sun Jian asked in a trembling voice. "This should be an illusion array. Unfortunately, the demon ape is not here. Otherwise, his delusion breaker eye would definitely be able to see through it." Zichen looked at Sun Jian. "The delusion breaker eye can see through all illusions. If we had it, we would definitely be able to leave." Sun Jian looked around and kept looking. "But now that we don't have it, how are we going to break the illusion array? Are we going to walk in again?" Zichen's eyes suddenly lit up. "We only triggered the array when we stepped out of here. Maybe we can return to the starting point if we go in. Come, follow me." Zichen led the two into the passage again. The light changed, and the scene from before reappeared. They were inside the small world again. But it was still empty. There was nothing, and there was no trace of Wu Liu. "Wu Liu is not here. We should still be in the array," Sun Jian said. "Maybe." Zichen also looked around with a blank look in his eyes. "Then how are we going to break the array?" Sun Jian looked at Zichen. The two of them exchanged questions and answers. As a child, Ling naturally could not interrupt. Out of an instinctive reaction to fear, Ling was closer to Sun Jian. "I don't know anything about formations. If only Elder Mo was here." After looking around, Zichen still couldn't figure out what was going on. "We triggered the array when we were searching in circles. Maybe the place to break the array is around here. Why don't we search along the way again?" Sun Jian suggested. "Seems like that's the only way. Alright, let's go again. Maybe we can meet Wu Liu again." Zichen nodded. Then, the three of them walked forward. Just like before, they went back the way they came. My lord, is that you?" After exploring more than half of 1,000 miles, a panicked voice sounded behind the three of them. The three of them turned around and saw Wu Liu running towards them. Their faces were instantly filled with vigilance. But at the same time, Wu Liu was also extremely vigilant. When she was 100 meters away from the three of them, she stopped. "My lord, Lord Zichen, is that you?" Wu Liu looked at Zichen cautiously. She did not go forward. "It's me." Zichen nodded. Then, he said coldly, "But are you Wu Liu?" It's me. I am Wu Liu of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. The Vice Pavilion Master sent me here." "But are you Lord Zichen?" Wu Liu still did not go forward. "You don't believe me." Zichen stared at Wu Liu. "Wu Liu, it's us. The three of us have always been together. But after you left, we saw another you. It was fake. It was an illusion." Zichen discovered it, Sun Jian said. "It's really you. It's really you guys. I encountered the same situation just now. You guys followed me out of the passage and I saw the outside world. I was very happy, so I went forward. But who would have thought that Lord Zichen would try to kill me? Fortunately, I reacted quickly and dodged. Moreover, that energy wasn't strong. After that, I realized that the three of you were fake as well." Wu Liu's vigilance disappeared as she walked over. "It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. We fell into an illusion formation. What happened is almost the same as what you said," Sun Jian said. Ling also nodded. "This place is too strange. It's eerie. I keep feeling that someone is secretly watching me. Lord Zichen, is there any way to break the formation?" Wu Liu completely relaxed her vigilance. Zichen looked at Wu Liu, who was walking over, and suddenly said, "Wu Liu, weren't your clothes destroyed by the explosion of the passage? How come they're fine now?" Wu Liu was stunned. She looked down at her robe and said, "They're fine now?" "No, I just changed into another set." "Oh, yes, you changed into another set." Zichen nodded. There was a faint smile on his face, and he relaxed. "Yes, you changed into another set. Ling and I remember it," Sun Jian said. Ling also nodded. The four of them reunited again. It was obviously a good sign. But in the next moment, Zichen suddenly attacked. He pointed a finger at Wu Liu's brow. "Lord Zichen, you." Wu Liu was stunned. Her expression changed drastically. Facing Zichen's attack, she could not react at all. Wu Liu's answer was a cold snort from Zichen. After the golden finger fell, Wu Liu's body exploded again and disappeared like smoke. It was an illusion again. It's still an illusion. How is this possible? Sun Jian's eyes widened in disbelief. He's not Wu Liu, but he knows about Wu Liu. This illusion formation is too scary. It's indeed hard to figure out. Let's continue searching. Maybe the place to break the formation is nearby, Zichen said. Then, the three of them began to search carefully. But after searching once, they did not find anything suspicious at all. The three of them returned empty-handed. Zichen was a little depressed. He was trapped here. Sun Jian and Ling were also helpless. They did not know what to do. Staying here is not a solution. Why don't we search over and over again? As long as it's a formation, there will always be a flaw. As long as we are careful enough and do not miss any suspicious place, we will definitely be able to break it, Sun Jian said. That makes sense. We must not be discouraged. Zichen stood up. The three of them searched again. Within 1,000 miles, the three of them began to search carefully over and over again. They did not miss any place at all. They searched more than 10 times, but there was nothing unusual at all. The three of them came to the entrance again. Ling and Sun Jian were already panting. Obviously, they were very tired. There's nothing suspicious. How can this be? It shouldn't be. Are we going to be trapped here forever? Sun Jian was extremely unwilling. Suddenly, Sun Jian glanced in the direction of the exit. There was a pattern similar to a cauldron. Look, what is that? Following the direction of Sun Jian's finger, Zichen and Ling also saw the pattern. The three of them quickly went forward. It was a cauldron pattern, and it looked like a pill cauldron. It was engraved near the exit. As Zichen touched it, he could clearly feel the carvings in it. Almost everything here is dead. Only this one feels real. Could it be that the exit to break the formation is here? Sun Jian asked. Zichen thought for a moment, then said, "We'll know if the exit is or not when we try." As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen hit the pattern. The pill cauldron was directly shattered. Energy swept out, and the three of them suddenly opened up. The illusion formation was broken. The three of them had reached the real exit. As long as they took a step, they would be able to leave this place. "Sir." Wu Liu's voice sounded again. Sun Jian and Ling Er looked at Wu Liu cautiously. The 2 times they came out were fake. It seemed that this time was very likely to be fake as well. "The formation is broken." "His real," Zichen said, his voice calm. "What real or fake? Where did you go?" "I came back and forth several times, but I didn't see you." As he spoke, Wu Liu stepped forward. Sun Jian and Ling Er touched and pinched Wu Liu. After confirming that he was real, they both laughed. Wu Liu was a little confused. "Since everyone is here, shouldn't we leave?" Sun Jian asked. Zichen looked at Sun Jian and smiled faintly. "If you don't have any requests, we do want to leave." What requests can I have? I don't have any requests. I just want to leave." Sun Jian was stunned. Chapter 705. Zichen glared at Sun Jian. When Ling Er heard this, she subconsciously broke free from Sun Jian's grasp and leaned close to Zichen, looking timidly at Sun Jian. "Zichen, what do you mean? I don't understand." Sun Jian looked at Zichen in confusion. "You can understand," Zichen said indifferently. "I am Sun Jian. What do you want me to return?" "Return myself," Sun Jian said innocently. Wu Liu stood to the side, not understanding. "If you want to go out, I will go out. If you want to go in, I will go in with you. If you want to walk around in circles, we will accompany you. But now, you must return the real Sun Jian," Zichen said coldly. "Zichen, you've misunderstood." Sun Jian had an innocent expression and wanted to explain. "Look at this and you'll know if it's a misunderstanding." Zichen interrupted Sun Jian's words as a cold smile appeared on his face. Then, a change occurred in his cold eyes. His bright black left eye suddenly emitted a golden light. The golden light was scorching hot and contained extreme yang energy. His right eye flickered with a silver light. It was cold and dazzling like a silver snake, representing extreme yin energy. Seeing Zichen's golden and silver eyes, Sun Jian's expression changed. He exclaimed, "These are yin-yang eyes. You actually have yin-yang eyes." Zichen didn't say anything. His 2 eyes fell on Sun Jian, and his expression became colder and colder. Good. I didn't expect you to have yin-yang eyes." This old man miscalculated. Sun Jian suddenly let out an old laugh, and his old face became even older. In the blink of an eye, Sun Jian turned into an unfamiliar old man. His hair was white, and he was laughing at the sky. The surrounding scenery also changed. The old man appeared. The illusory array had been broken, and they were now in the real world. The group was still in the small world, but this small world was no longer empty. A few hundred miles away, in the center of this small world, there was a giant and towering pill furnace standing there. The cauldron was ancient and vast, like a towering mountain. There were many ferocious beasts carved on it, and the cauldron released a suffocating aura. "This is the everlasting pill cauldron." The moment he saw the pill cauldron, Zichen's eyes suddenly widened, as if he had seen a ghost. "At least you have good eyesight." The old man smiled. "Where's my grandfather?" Ling Er plucked up her courage and asked. The old man's gaze landed on Ling Er. After sizing her up, he could not help but praise her. Not bad. Extreme yin body. Extraordinary talent." Then, he glanced at Zichen and said, "He's much stronger than him." While they were talking, a figure came running from the distance. It was Sun Jian. The latter had a confused and frightened look on his face. He did not know what was going on. However, when he saw the unfamiliar old man, fear appeared in his eyes. Limitless Dan Cauldron, heavens, this kind of thing actually exists. Zichen's eyes had already returned to normal, but his gaze was still fixed on the pill cauldron. His face was full of shock. The limitless Dan cauldron was the supreme treasure of the everlasting sect. Chen had a clear description of it in the inheritance he obtained. When refining pills with this cauldron, there was no need to worry about the cauldron exploding because its success rate was 100%. Moreover, the quality of the pills refined with this cauldron would be very high. In the past, the everlasting sect's pill refining skills were the best in the southern region because of the existence of the limitless Dan cauldron. Of course, if the limitless Dan cauldron only had this little effect, it was far from being a supreme treasure. At the very least, it could not be called the supreme treasure of the everlasting sect. The most precious thing about it was its spirit. With the help of the cauldron spirit, even someone who knew nothing about pill refining could refine a cauldron of supreme pills. Of course, the prerequisite was that one had to recognize the spiritual herbs used to refine the supreme pills. If one carelessly tossed spiritual herbs into the cauldron, although the pills could still be refined, it was not certain whether the pills would be edible. In the inheritance Chen obtained from the everlasting sect, there were many secret pill refining techniques. However, after these secret pill refining techniques, there was an emphasis on the limitless Dan cauldron. Once one obtained this cauldron, with the help of the cauldron spirit who knew many pill refining techniques, one could instantly turn an ordinary person into a grandmaster pill refining master. Even Chen was a little shocked by such a miraculous cauldron. However, he did not have any extravagant hopes of finding this cauldron on this trip. This was because this cauldron was not in the pocket dimension, but was placed in the outside world to refine pills. It could be assumed that this cauldron had long been taken away by an external force after the everlasting sect was destroyed. Looking at the cauldron before him, the shock in Chen's heart did not dissipate for a long time. This cauldron was indeed a supreme treasure among supreme treasures. In the past, the everlasting sect had relied on this cauldron to support an entire sect. The everlasting sect at that time was much more powerful than the current heavenly barbarian pavilion. If Chen were to bring this cauldron back, as long as he had sufficient resources, this limitless Dan cauldron would be more than enough to support a mere heavenly barbarian pavilion. Forcefully suppressing the shock in his heart, Chen's gaze finally left the cauldron and landed on the elderly man. "Senior, you are the cauldron spirit." The other party had white hair, a white beard, and a face full of wrinkles. He looked like an old man in his twilight years. Looking at Chen, the elderly man said, "Even after the everlasting sect was destroyed, you still managed to guess my identity. It seems that you have some skills. Senior, you know that the everlasting sect was destroyed." Chen looked at the elderly man in surprise. In Chen's opinion, the limitless Dan cauldron must have been placed in the pocket dimension by the everlasting sect when they mobilized their entire sect. That was why the limitless Dan cauldron could be preserved after the everlasting sect was destroyed. Of course I know. At that time, so many people came to fight over it and turned this place into ruins. I saw it with my own eyes. Fortunately, this old man was smart enough to hide in the pocket dimension at the crucial moment, the cauldron spirit said rather proudly. Chen was once again shocked. This cauldron was indeed a supreme treasure of the everlasting sect. It had lived for eons and could even hide in the pocket dimension on its own. "Kid, I can see that you are using extreme yang. You should be a descendant of the extreme yang lineage. But what about your yin-yang eyes?" the cauldron spirit asked. "What yin-yang eyes?" Chen had a puzzled look on his face. Previously, when the cauldron spirit exclaimed about the yin-yang eyes, although Chen was puzzled, he pretended to be unfathomable. Now that the elderly man had revealed himself and he knew the other party's identity, Chen no longer had any scruples. "It's the transformation of your eyes just now. 1 gold and 1 silver, 1 yang and 1 yin. That is called the yin-yang eyes. Don't you know?" The cauldron spirit looked at Chen. Chen shook his head. He indeed did not know. "If you don't know about the yin-yang eyes, how did you recognize me?" The cauldron spirit was even more puzzled. "It was just a guess," Chen said smilingly. "What? Just a guess? Although I couldn't see through you, I sensed that you were abnormal. During this period of time, I deliberately conversed with you while secretly observing your reactions. I discovered that you were very active and had a sharp mind. You didn't seem to be an illusion. Therefore, I guessed that you had taken the appearance of Sun Jian. What happened next was just as I expected. You deliberately led us in circles and guided us to break the formation. A confident smile appeared on Zichen's face as he continued, if we had left earlier, we would have really left, but we would have gained nothing. You have been following us as Sun Jian all along the way and did not harbor any malicious intent. Therefore, I took a gamble at the end. As for the yin-yang eyes that you mentioned, I had no choice but to do so. In order to force you to reveal yourself, I deliberately channeled the energies of extreme yin and extreme yang into my eyes because I felt that they would appear more imposing and intimidating. Who would have thought that there was such a thing as the yin-yang eyes? Good, 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 you little brat. I, Cauldron Spirit, have existed for so long that I was actually deceived by a little brat like you. You are right, I have been alone for too long and was too bored. I just wanted to tease you all. I really had no intention of harming you. No, wait a minute, the Cauldron Spirit shook its head and laughed. But soon after, it discovered that something was amiss and said, that's not right. What did you just say? You channeled the energies of extreme yin and extreme yang into your eyes. Yin-yang coexistence is enough. Zichen nodded. Then, he stretched out his left and right hands. The energies of extreme yin and extreme yang appeared in each of his hands. After that, Zichen smiled and said, to be precise, I should be the successor of the old master of the everlasting sect and not purely of the extreme yang lineage. This is because I possess both extreme yang and extreme yin. As for why I was able to recognize the everlasting Dan Cauldron at a glance, it is also because I have inherited all the legacies of the everlasting sect. Yin-yang coexistence. It is indeed yin-yang coexistence. The everlasting sect has existed for so many years, but there has never been an existence with yin-yang coexistence. Who would have thought that one would appear after the everlasting sect was destroyed? The old man's expression changed for the first time when he saw the extreme energies in Zichen's hands. He repeatedly sighed and said, it seems that I have misjudged you again today. Your talent is indeed very poor. But to be able to achieve yin-yang coexistence, your future is limitless. Upon hearing the old man's praise, Zichen did not show any signs of modesty. He put on a mischievous smile and said, since that is the case, Senior, would you be willing to follow me, a man with a limitless future? This was clearly an invitation. The everlasting Dan Cauldron could only be called a supreme treasure because of Cauldron Spirit. But it was also because of Cauldron Spirit that it was no ordinary supreme treasure. If Han Shuror wanted to take the everlasting Dan Cauldron away, he would have to seek Cauldron Spirit's permission. Leave. Where are we going? Cauldron Spirit looked at Zichen and did not refuse. I have established a force in the fringe. Senior, you can move there for now. As for the future, when the everlasting sect is established, you can return with the everlasting Dan Cauldron, said Zichen. The everlasting Dan Cauldron was a product of the everlasting sect. Zichen had to make this promise to the old man. You are establishing the everlasting sect? Yes. Zichen nodded and said, this is not only a promise to the expert who gave me his legacy, but also a promise to Elder Hiroshi. Seeing the puzzled look on the old man's face, Zichen explained, Elder Hiroshi used to be called Omo. He had been following his old master. Senior, you might know him. It's him. Cauldron Spirit's eyes glowed. Clearly, he had recalled that person. Soon after, Cauldron Spirit let out a sigh and said, he should be dead. When I was forming my core, Elder Hiroshi sacrificed himself to buy time for me to form my core. He died fighting against the edicts, replied Zichen truthfully. You have successfully formed your core and achieved the symbiosis of yin and yang. His mission was accomplished and he died a worthy death. Cauldron Spirit's voice turned tranquil. Evidently, having lived for eons, it was no longer surprised by death. Who in the world could escape death? Back then, the everlasting sect had produced so many outstanding talents. Yet, in the end, they all turned into dust. Cauldron Spirit agreed to leave with Zichen and the others. As for the towering cauldron, it trembled and shrank after Cauldron Spirit merged with it. Finally, it shrunk to the size of a palm and was held in Zichen's palm. All right, we can go now, Cauldron Spirit's voice sounded beside Zi-Chen. Chapter 706. Zi-Chen put away the cauldron and led the party out of the pocket dimension. Obtaining the everlasting Dan cauldron was beyond his expectations. "My lord, should we continue searching?" asked Wu Liu. She was clearly not satisfied with what she had and wanted to gain more. Furthermore, after learning about the effects of the everlasting Dan cauldron, Wu Liu thought that perhaps they could encounter another weapon refining cauldron. By then, they would have both weapon refining and pellet refining cauldron, saving a lot of resources for the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. Wu Liu's plan was very good, but unfortunately, there was no such thing in Zi-Chen's inherited memories. "There's no need to search anymore. Almost all the pocket dimensions here have been destroyed. Even if they were not destroyed, they would have been taken away by someone else." "There won't be anything else," said Cauldron Spirit. As it had been trapped for too long, it did not enter the cauldron. Taken away by someone else, Zi-Chen turned to look at Cauldron Spirit and asked, "Who was that person?" "That was a long time ago. He possessed extreme yang energy, but it wasn't pure. He could barely open those mini-worlds and took away almost everything except for the mini-world I was in," said Cauldron Spirit. "He was very talented, but his observation skills were far inferior to yours." Cauldron Spirit continued, "He was very talented, but his observation skills were far inferior to yours." "When did that happen?" "A few decades ago," asked Zi-Chen. "That person possessed extreme yang energy and was clearly a sky warrior. But when did a second sky warrior appear in this region?" "It should have been a few thousand years ago," said Cauldron Spirit after thinking for a moment. It had been such a long time. It was very likely that the other party had died. Zi-Chen was speechless. "Let's return to the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion." After the party walked out of the ruins, they headed straight for the teleportation matrix that led to the fringe. The establishment of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion unified this chaotic region. With the opening of the market, this region gradually became prosperous. In the following 30 years, as many teleportation matrices were connected, the entire market became even more prosperous. Many forces had established businesses in this region, including restaurants, inns, and shops. In terms of shops, the most popular one was the Dan Treasure Pavilion opened by the Qin clan. This place was originally called the Qin clan's Dan store and sold ordinary pills. However, as time passed, the quality of the pills sold by the Qin clan's Dan store became higher and higher. Occasionally, there would even be blood origin pills. As time passed, the business of the Qin clan's elixir store skyrocketed. The Qin clan's elixir store became the Qin clan's elixir treasure pavilion. The medicinal pills here were all of high quality. Although the price was high, it was worth it. In addition, the Qin family would also take back some of the medicinal pills. Therefore, the number of cultivators who came here every day was very high. Every day, there would be a situation where the door would not open and people would line up. Another morning, it was time for the Dan Treasure Pavilion, located in the most bustling area of the city square, to open. Many cultivators lined up, waiting to buy pills. These cultivators had core essence and flight manipulation. "What's going on? Isn't it time? Why aren't you opening the door yet? Maybe he was delayed by something. Let's wait a little longer." When it was time to open, the Danbao Pavilion still hadn't opened. Someone complained, but the crowd was patient. After complaining for a while, they waited patiently. An hour quickly passed, but the Danbao Pavilion still hadn't opened. More complaints came from the crowd. 2 hours had passed, and the sounds of complaints had already filled the air. 4 hours had passed. Looking at the sky, it was almost noon. All the shops in the city square had opened except for the Qin clan's Dan Treasure Pavilion. Why aren't they opening the door? Are all the Qin clan members dead? Are they not going to do business anymore? F***CK, what are they doing? If you don't want to do business, then get the hell out of here. Don't make us happy for nothing. More and more complaints came from the crowd. The Danbao Pavilion still hadn't opened for a long time, which made the crowd angry. Next to the Danbao Pavilion, the Liu clan's patriarch saw this scene and couldn't help but smile meaningfully. As expected of Qin Rend, benevolent and righteous. Doing this will affect the city square's popularity, but there will be no room for reconciliation with Zichen. It was noon, and the sun was hot above their heads. In such hot weather, the Qin clan's Danbao pavilion still hadn't opened, which made many cultivators angry. After so long, the crowd at the Danbao pavilion didn't decrease. Instead, it increased. Just as everyone was angry and cursing, the Qin clan's Danbao pavilion's door finally opened. The door slowly opened. A person stood in the middle. It was the Qin clan's patriarch, Qin Rend. "What's wrong with your Qin clan? Why are you only opening now? Do you not want to work anymore? It's almost noon. Why don't you wait until it's dark? That's right. If you have the ability, don't open the door." All kinds of complaints came. Qin Rend didn't talk back. He just listened quietly with a wronged expression. "Everyone, I'm sorry." After the crowd's complaints were mostly vented, Qin Rend waved his hand. After everyone quieted down, he said directly, "The Danbao Pavilion is officially closed today. Leave this city square." Wow! As soon as he said that, the crowd was in an uproar. Then, they fell silent and looked at Qin Rend in disbelief. They were just angry and said those words on purpose. Naturally, they didn't want the Danbao Pavilion to close. Now that they heard the news, they were all dumbfounded. "Why? Why are we not working anymore? If you don't work anymore, where can we go to buy high-quality elixirs? Why are you suddenly not working anymore? Did something happen?" Many cultivators at the entrance of the Danbao Pavilion questioned in confusion. "Everyone, I'm really sorry. Because we have some conflicts with the Heavenly Man Pavilion, we don't want to stay here. I, Qin Rend, who has been kind and righteous all my life, swear on behalf of the Qin clan that we will never step into this city square again." Qin Rend looked wronged at first. Then, he looked determined. His back was straight, and his voice was sonorous and powerful. He was full of pride. "They want you to leave just because of some insignificant conflicts. The way the Heavenly Man Pavilion does things is simply too much. This is too much. They have too much power. Just because of some conflicts, they want us to leave." What is the Heavenly Man Pavilion? A supreme overlord force. They have only been established for 30 years, but they are already bullying others. The cultivators were very imaginative. After seeing Qin Ren's expression, they understood the truth of the matter and began to condemn the Heavenly Man Pavilion. For so many years, the Qin clan's elixirs were indispensable to many cultivators. Now that the Danbao Pavilion was closing, they would have no place to buy elixirs in the future. Naturally, they couldn't accept it. The crowd was furious. The condemnation of the Heavenly Man Pavilion became more and more intense. It had already alarmed the cultivators guarding the city square. "What tricks is the Qin clan playing now? Quickly report to the pavilion master." It had to be said that the Qin clan was very popular in the city square. Even though the cultivators of the Heavenly Man Pavilion knew that there was a conflict between the two parties, they didn't dare to go too far with the Qin clan. They would tolerate them when they could. However, the Qin clan wanted to leave today. This was undoubtedly taking drastic measures. It was really too much. The news quickly spread to the Heavenly Man Pavilion and to Wang Qiong's ears. "What? The Danbao Pavilion is closing?" When Wang Qiong heard this, he slammed the table and stood up. His face turned pale, and he said angrily, "The Qin clan is really too much." For so many years, Wang Qiong had been supporting the Heavenly Man Pavilion. It wasn't easy for him. There was no news of the most prestigious Zichen for a long time. As for the powerful cultivators in the pavilion, the monk, the devil ape, Zhong Haotian, and the rest, they all left one after another. He was the only one left in charge of the Heavenly Man Pavilion. Although he was also very powerful, he couldn't be compared to Zichen, the monk, and the rest. Therefore, as time passed, more and more people didn't listen to him. As one of the many forces, he naturally couldn't avoid scheming. Therefore, the Qin clan became a chess piece in the game between the other forces and the Heavenly Man Pavilion. For so many years, the Qin clan had repeatedly crossed the Heavenly Man Pavilion's bottom line. It was also instigated by the other forces. Without Zichen and the rest, the Heavenly Man Pavilion's combat power could be said to have decreased by more than half. The most powerful cultivators were Wang Qiong and the few mid-stage primordial core cultivators. Although Elder Gui was still around, this was a game between the forces, so he naturally couldn't interfere. Therefore, the Heavenly Man Pavilion was always at a disadvantage in the game. They had never taken the initiative for so many years. Today, the Qin clan was going to leave again. From Wang Qiong's point of view, this was another game. This was a sign that the other forces were going to destroy the Heavenly Man Pavilion's market. He didn't say why he closed, Wang Qiong asked with a sullen face. He didn't say the exact reason, but from what the others said, it seems like the Qin clan offended the Heavenly Man Pavilion. We didn't allow them to open here. Moreover, the Qin clan swore in public that they would never step into our market, said the primordial core cultivator who came to report. We didn't allow them to open. Could it be that Wu Liu had a conflict with the Qin clan in the land of the savages? But that shouldn't be the case. Wu Liu has always done things appropriately. Wang Qiong frowned, then asked, "Where's Wu Liu? Has he returned?" He hasn't. This made Wang Qiong even more confused. Those who went to celebrate the birthday had all returned, but those who went to congratulate him hadn't returned. The primordial core cultivator hesitated for a while, then said, "However, there's a rumor about them leaving. I'm not sure if it's true or not." "What rumor? Tell me quickly," Wang Qiong urged. According to the rumor, the person who asked the Qin clan to leave the market was the leader of the Heavenly Man Pavilion, Zi Chen. "What? It's Zi Chen? How is that possible?" Wang Qiong's face was filled with disbelief, but soon, he seemed to have thought of something and said, "Follow me to the market." When Wang Qiong arrived at the market, the cultivators there were already extremely agitated. Almost all of them formed groups to march. The slogan was naturally condemning the Heavenly Man Pavilion for bullying others with their power. Chapter 707. People from other factions also looked at Wang Qiong. Many of them nodded at him to express their goodwill. This made Wang Qiong think that they were shameless and pretentious. This was the way to compete with a big faction. The other party clearly wanted to destroy your family and cripple you, but they would still nod and smile when they met. "Qin Rend, what tricks are you trying to play now?" Wang Qiong looked at Qin Rend and said coldly. The excited crowd slowly fell silent because of Wang Qiong's appearance. However, they all glared at Wang Qiong in the air. "Pavilion Master Wang Qiong, it's not my Qin family playing tricks this time. It's your Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion that we can't afford to offend. I've already asked people to pack up and we'll leave soon. I hope you won't rush us and give us some time," Qin Rend said humbly. In front of Wang Qiong, he was obviously the weaker party. In everyone's heart, the weaker party should be protected. Your Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion is too much. It's just a small conflict and you want to chase the Qin family away. This is obviously bullying. Even an overlord faction wouldn't do this, let alone one that isn't an overlord faction. A group of cultivators spoke and condemned Wang Qiong in the air. "What's going on?" Wang Qiong asked with a sullen face. "Since things have come to this, my Qin family will definitely leave. I also swear that I won't enter your Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion's market again." Qin Rend pretended to be the weaker party. He then turned to look at the Liu family and said, "Brother Liu, for the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion to act like this, you have to warn them not to follow in my Qin family's footsteps." The Liu family's patriarch just smiled and didn't say anything. The Liu family came with the Qin family. Why is only the Qin family leaving? What about the Liu family? One of you sells elixirs and the other sells weapons. You occupy nearly half of the market. Once you leave, the market will collapse. Why don't you leave? Aren't you brothers? Shouldn't you be in trouble together? The Qin family is leaving, but you're watching the show leisurely. A group of cultivators began to condemn the Liu family, but the Liu family's patriarch still smiled. "Gentlemen, there's no need for that. My Qin family has a backbone. Let's part on good terms. In the future, our pellet pavilion will be spread all over the fringe. The nearest branch will be in the central lands." Qin Rend gestured with his hand. Qin Rend pretended to be carefree and said that it was fine. However, The others were unwilling to let the Liu family and the heavenly barbarian pavilion go. Although they did not dare to make a move, they still dared to taunt them. Everyone, there's no need to be so agitated. Our Liu clan isn't leaving because Pavilion Lord Zichen didn't ask us to leave. Moreover, our Liu clan owes Pavilion Lord Zichen a debt of gratitude. How can we not repay such kindness? The Liu clan's ancestor said loudly. The name Zichen represented a legend. There was no one in this area who did not know of him. At this moment, when the Liu clan's ancestor mentioned the name Zichen, everyone fell silent. But after a short silence, all kinds of exclamations came from the crowd. What? Zichen? The heavenly barbarian pavilion's Pavilion Lord Zichen. Didn't he disappear for more than 30 years? Rumor has it that he failed to form his gold core and died an unnatural death. Is he still alive? Zichen is still alive. He was the one who asked the Qin family to leave. What happened? The exclamations from the crowd grew louder and louder, but there was no condemnation or taunting. This matter involved Zichen, so they were obviously more careful with their words. This was because in their hearts, Zichen did not recognize anyone. The heavenly barbarian pavilion could be established because of him. He was truly a maleficent star. Zichen is really still alive. In the air, Wang Qiong looked at the Liu clan's ancestor with a trace of excitement. Pavilion Lord Zichen is indeed still alive. He was the one who asked the Qin family to leave. How could the deputy pavilion lord not know? Could it be that he hasn't returned yet? Liu clan's Dan Yuan was surprised. But after thinking about it, he understood. If Zichen had really returned, the Qin family was simply courting death. Poor Qin Rend wanted to use the Qin family's reputation to save some leeway, but he did not know that this was a threat to Zichen. Even if he risked everything and burned all his boats, it would not change the Qin family's fate of leaving. This was because Zichen would not be threatened. After confirming that Zichen was still alive, Wang Qiong felt as if a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. He felt that the burden on his shoulders had lightened a lot. He had been in charge of the heavenly barbarian pavilion for 30 years, but his progress was too slow. Since Zichen asked you to leave, your Qin family should leave quickly, Wang Qiong said coldly to Qin Rend. Under the witness of so many people, I will leave, Qin Rend said, sounding slightly wronged but firm. After he spoke, the scene of him helping the weak did not happen. The expressions of the cultivators also changed. After a while, a cultivator said, "How big is the conflict between the two parties that can't be resolved? Why must they chase the Qin family away? Yes, the Qin family is very popular in the market. If they leave, it will be a loss for the market. What misunderstanding can't everyone sit down and talk about?" Finally, someone spoke, but in a negotiating tone. There was no longer the arrogance and condemnation from before. This scene was beyond Qin Ren's expectations. He almost vomited blood. Obviously, when he was risking everything and burning all his boats, he had neglected Zichen's influence in this area. If Zichen had brought about miracles in the barbarian land and was an idol worshipped by the rogue cultivators, then in the chaotic lands, Zichen was a revered god of slaughter. This was because the rise of the heavenly barbarian pavilion had used the experts of all the forces in the chaotic lands as a touchstone. Zichen had defeated all the forces that had come to attack them, and the pavilion master of the heavenly barbarian pavilion, Zichen, had used his super strong battle strength to defend his position as the god of slaughter in the chaotic lands. They could ignore Wang Qiong because he was not famous and did not have a strong battle record. However, they did not dare to ignore Zichen. Once Zichen's fierce reputation was known, they really did not dare to criticize him in the market that belonged to Zichen. The conflict between the heavenly barbarian pavilion and the Qin family cannot be resolved. Zichen's action is something that I have always wanted to do but have never done. As for the reason behind this, your Qin family knows best. Wang Qiong's voice became cold. After knowing that Zichen had broken through and returned, he became much more confident. Now, he finally understood why the various forces had nodded to him in goodwill. Obviously, they already knew that Zichen had broken through and returned. The conflict between us is because of some pills. Our Qin family admits that we have been a little inappropriate in handling matters over the years. However, there are simply too many orders and we are too busy. However, we promise that we will return all the pills that we owe as soon as possible. Qin Rend spoke again. He was no longer domineering. This time, he was truly lowering his stance. He still had a glimmer of hope in his heart because the market would lose a lot of popularity without the Qin family. Zichen had just broken through and was in a fit of anger, so he did not consider the big picture. However, Wang Qiong had been in charge of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion for 30 years and repeatedly lowered his bottom line because he considered the big picture. Therefore, he was gambling. He was gambling on the Qin family's future. As long as Wang Qiong agreed to reconcile, it would be difficult for Zichen to refute Wang Qiong when he returned. Then, the Qin family would be able to stay in the market. As for the business relationship between the two parties, it could be slowly cultivated in the future. Wang Qiong was indeed a little tempted. At the same time, it was also because he did not know why Zichen had chased the Qin family out of the market. However, he was not stupid and did not immediately agree. Just as Wang Qiong was deep in thought, several figures flew over from afar. These figures headed straight for the market. Although the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion had been forced to retreat in the game of chess over the years, no one except Wang Qiong dared to fly in the air in the market. At this moment, seeing the four people flying over rapidly without any intention of stopping, the crowd exclaimed. Just as they thought that someone had come to cause trouble, an even louder exclamation was heard. "It's the Pavilion Master. It's Pavilion Master Zichen. He's back." Among the four figures, the one in the middle was Zichen. He was holding a little girl's hand as they approached from afar. Beside them were Wu Liu and an ordinary old man. Pavilion Master Zichen. Greetings, Pavilion Master Zichen. As Zichen flew over the market, several figures appeared from the dark and bowed respectfully to Zichen in the air. They were all the guardians of the market. Their shouts shook the sky, representing the excitement in their hearts. Zichen's return was as if the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion had a sky again. They felt much more at ease and confident. Everyone was excited, but the most excited was undoubtedly the Liu family. This was because the Liu family's fate would change once again. Of course, this change was not the same as the Qin family's decline. The Liu family would become even more glorious. Zichen returned at the right time. Qin Ren's face was ashen. At this moment, he, who had never believed in fate, was in despair because he believed in fate. Zichen soared through the air, heading straight for Wang Qiong. "How have you been in the past 30 years? Zichen smiled. Then, he let go of Ling and gave Wang Qiong a bear hug. "You left for 30 years and left such a big force to me. How do you think I've been?" Wang Qiong smiled and punched Zichen's chest. Zichen laughed heartily and took the punch head-on. He joked, "That's right, the market is still here. I thought I lost it. The people of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion are also here. They are more energetic than before. It seems like you are doing your best as the Pavilion Master." "Of course. In order to manage the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion, my cultivation level has slowed down." Wang Qiong could not help but complain. The two of them chatted in the sky without any scruples. This was their own market, so there was no need to worry. The other cultivators raised their heads and looked at Zichen. After 30 years, Zichen had broken through and returned. When Zichen was in the flight realm, he established the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. Now that he had returned, he was going to bring the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion to another level. After a simple reminiscence, Zichen's gaze fell downwards. After sweeping his gaze around, his gaze finally landed on Qin Rend as he coldly said, "Didn't I tell your Qin family to leave the market square and never take a single step into it again? Why? Did you take my words as a passing wind?" "Zichen, this matter," Zichen interrupted Qin Rend and said coldly, "I, Zichen, have always been a man of my word. The Qin clan brought this upon yourselves. Leave quickly. As for today's matter, I won't pursue it further." As he spoke, Zichen coldly glanced at the cultivators gathered outside the Elixir Treasure Pavilion. Under Zichen's cold gaze, the The cultivators' expressions changed and they dispersed. Qin Rend finally gave up. The Qin clan's only chance to turn things around was gone. Chapter 708. Under Zichen's cold gaze, the Qin family had no choice but to leave. Qin Rend was unwilling. With his superb alchemy skills, he could bring huge profits to the market, but now, he was kicked out of the door. Zichen lowered his head and looked around. Seeing that many forces were present, he said, "Since everyone is here, let me tell you in advance that in 2 months, the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion will hold a grand trade fair in this market. Those who are interested can come and join." A trade fair? Pavilion Master Zichen, what kind of trade fair is it? What are we going to trade? A cultivator from a force asked. The trade fair this time is mainly for pills and weapons. However, we will only be exchanging for materials and not primordial stones. However, I can tell you in advance that the scale of the trade fair this time is far greater than the auction 30 years ago. Moreover, there are many pills that require ancient beasts to exchange for, including more than 30 precious pills. More than 30 supreme pills would appear in a trade fair. Naturally, this was a big deal. The crowd was astonished when they heard this, but there were also some forces who were disdainful after hearing this. Clearly, they thought that Zichen had taken out the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion's accumulation over the years to protect the popularity of the market and not let it fade away because of the Qin family's departure. In addition to supreme pills, there are also various kinds of pills. As for blood origin pills, we will trade regardless of the quantity. However, if the quantity is too high, we will increase the price. Pavilion Master Zichen, is the quantity of blood origin pills really not counted? Another person asked. This person was from the Overlord force. I, Zichen, am a man of my word. As long as you can take out the corresponding resources, you can trade as much as you want, Zichen said. Pavilion Master Zichen, you must be joking. If you say that 1 blood origin pill requires 1 supreme pill, we naturally can't afford it, the cultivator from the Overlord force joked. I, Zichen, am not interested in such tricks. If you need too many blood origin pills, the highest price will not be higher than half a drop of mid-grade yuan liquid. In other words, if you want to trade for 20,000 blood origin pills, you must take out 10,000 drops of mid-grade yuan liquid. This exchange was equivalent to 1 for 2. Even though everyone already knew that the Qin family's production cost was 1 to 10, they still felt that this exchange price was not expensive. This was because there were too many of them. If the Qin family wanted to refine 20,000 blood origin pills, it would take them several years. Pavilion Master Zichen, are you serious? The various forces could no longer remain calm. I, Zichen, never lie. Furthermore, I can guarantee that the quality of the blood origin pills is better than the ones made by the Qin family. Zichen said confidently, as for the other elixirs, even the treasure elixirs, I can guarantee that their quality will be higher than the Qin family's. Furthermore, after this trade fair, my Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion will officially enter the ancient beast world. Zichen looked at the others and said, in this trade fair, other than alchemy pills and alchemy weapons, there will also be other alchemy transactions. As long as you have some special materials or spirit herbs, you can participate in the trade fair. If you have special materials, you can exchange them for anything, including treasure pills. After that, Zichen continued to talk about the trade fair. Everyone could participate. This good news caused the entire market to explode. The various cultivators were excited and looked forward to it. Thus, many people left the market and went outside to try their luck. Qin Rend did not even know how he left the market. If he had always felt that he was lucky, then after Zichen confidently said that the quality of the elixirs would be better than the ones made by the Qin family, he fell into despair again. After leaving Zichen's market, they could only go to the Shangguan family's market in the central region. Although they already had a place there, without the protection of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion, it seemed that the Qin family would have a hard time. After briefly explaining the trade fair, Zichen returned to the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. When he arrived outside the array, everyone in the pavilion appeared. They stood neatly in 2 rows, their faces filled with excitement as they welcomed the pavilion master's return. Leading them were Yi Lang, Hei Feng, Qin Xing, Qin He, and a few other mid-stage primal core cultivators. Your spirits are good. Zichen nodded, then led them into the pavilion. The group sat down in the main hall. Everyone looked curiously at Ling Er. This little girl was only 7 or 8 years old. She was very cute, and it was not hard to see that she would grow up to be a beauty. She had been holding on to Zichen before, and now she was sitting beside him. This made many people in the main hall curious, and their faces lit up. It should be known that Zichen had disappeared for 30 years. During this period of time, it was entirely possible for him to have a daughter of this age. As for that mortal old man, Linger called him grandfather, but in everyone's opinion, it was more likely that he was her grandfather. As if he had guessed everyone's thoughts, Zichen quickly explained after he sat down, "Let me introduce Linger to everyone. She is my prized disciple, and a future heavenly martial artist." Everyone's faces were filled with surprise. Then, they all stood up to congratulate him. In their hearts, they thought that they had misunderstood Zichen. Then, Zichen introduced Sun Jian. Looking at the primal core experts greeting him, Sun Jian felt flattered. Wang Qiong finally could not help but ask, "Zichen, a trade fair? Is what you said true?" As for those who did not know about the trade fair, after hearing Wu Liu's words, they were all stunned. Then, they looked at Zichen in confusion. Like Wang Qiong, they did not understand where Qin Lai could get tens of thousands of blood essence pills that were far better than the ones made by the Qin clan in just 2 months. "Of course it's true. When have I ever lied?" Zichen said. "But even if we take out all the things we have accumulated over the past 30 years, we don't have that many." Wang Qiong was a little anxious. Zichen shook his head and said, "I said before that the quality of the pills must be better than the ones made by the Qin clan. Therefore, I will not use anything from the Qin clan. As for where I got the pills, you don't have to worry about it. Later, Qin Xing and Qin He will stay behind. I have something to tell them." Seeing how confident Zichen was, Wang Qiong did not ask any more questions. Instead, he said, "You have successfully formed your gold core and returned. This is a joyous occasion. We have to celebrate tonight." "That's right. The pavilion master has returned. We have to celebrate." The others agreed. Zichen nodded and said, "All right. Since we have to celebrate, let everyone in the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion celebrate as well. Pass down my order. All forces in the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion will celebrate for 3 days, including the cultivators guarding the mine and the miners." "Yes." Heifeng answered and then left to pass down the order. After chatting for a while in the hall, the crowd dispersed. A female cultivator came in and took Ling Er away to find a place for her to stay. In the hall, there were only 4 people left. Zichen, Qin Xing, Qin He, and Sun Jian. "You should know what happened to the Qin clan, right?" Zichen looked at the 2 of them. The 2 of them nodded. They had already heard about what happened in the Savage Land from Wu Liu. As for what happened in the market, they already knew. "What do you think?" Zichen asked. "We have already been expelled from the Qin clan. The Qin clan's matters have nothing to do with us." "I have no opinion," Qin Xing said calmly. "How can you have no opinion?" "I have an opinion. This is a good way to deal with it." The younger brother, Qin He, said loudly. There was hatred in his voice. "Zichen, don't worry. We won't do anything to betray the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. The Qin clan has nothing to do with us anymore," Qin Xing said. Zichen patted the 2 of them on the shoulder and said, "You misunderstood. What I meant was to listen to your opinions. For the sake of the 2 of you, we can be more lenient with the Qin clan." Qin Xing shook his head and said, "No need. They asked for it. Besides, I think this is good. It's good to be more ruthless." Qin His face was full of hatred. The 2 of them, who had always been kind, were now so ruthless. It seemed that something had happened to the 2 of them in the Qin clan that no one knew about. However, since the 2 of them did not want to talk about it, Zichen did not ask. Instead, he said, "I have a mission for you. It's about the trade fair in 2 months." "What mission?" The 2 of them raised their heads. "You're responsible for putting a large amount of spiritual herbs into the pill cauldron. What mission is this? The two of them were very puzzled. You'll know in a while. Zichen smiled mysteriously. He suddenly thought of an extremely important matter. That's right. LV Peng isn't here. Can you control the array to communicate with the Earthfire to refine pills? Yes. When LV Peng left, he specifically gave us the seal to control the Earthfire. Qin Xing nodded. Then, he looked embarrassed and said, but the two of us have been refining for a long time. The success rate of refining pills is still very low. We've wasted a lot of pills. No worries. After some time, you'll instantly become alchemy grandmasters. Zichen smiled again. Let's go. Take me to the alchemy pavilion. The four of them headed to the alchemy pavilion. During this time, Zichen made it clear that Sun Jian would help the two of them. The alchemy pavilion was also an independent mountain peak. Because refining pills required communication with the Earthfire, it was relatively remote. There's an array to cover the peak here. I don't want others to see you refining pills. Zichen looked at the alchemy pavilion in front of them. There's an array. As they spoke, Qin Xing began to form a seal. As the seal fell, the entire mountain peak was enveloped in a psychedelic light. Now, people can't see in from the outside, but we can see outside, Qin Xing said. Zichen nodded in satisfaction. The pill cauldrons are all inside. I'll take you to see them, Qin Xing said. Zichen shook his head and said, no need. You just need to guide the Earthfire to that square. In the future, the three of you will refine pills there. Refine pills in the square? The two of them looked at Zichen in confusion. But when Zichen took out the Wuji pill cauldron, the confusion on their faces was instantly replaced by shock. Boom! With a loud rumble, the palm-sized pill cauldron turned into a mountain peak and landed on the square, causing the entire mountain peak to shake. What is this? A pill cauldron? The two of them raised their heads and looked at the ancient, vast, and huge pill cauldron in disbelief. They exclaimed, such a huge pill cauldron. Is it refining pills or refining a mountain? Of course it's refining pills. The bigger the pill cauldron, the more pills it can refine. Little guys, if you don't even understand this principle, how can you refine pills? An old voice sounded from the pill cauldron. Chapter 709. Cauldron Spirit's sudden words startled the two brothers. This is the most precious treasure in the cauldron. Cauldron Spirit is inside. In the future, you two will be responsible for putting in all kinds of spiritual herbs. As for the refinement, Cauldron Spirit will be in charge, explained Zichen. Cauldron Spirit? Cauldron Spirit? The two looked at Zichen in puzzlement before turning to Cauldron Spirit in astonishment. Senior Cauldron Spirit, please come out and meet us, Zichen shouted at Cauldron Spirit. Soon after, Cauldron Spirit reappeared. Dressed in a long white robe, his hair and beard were all white. He said to Qin Xing and Qin He, little ones, the two of you will be following me in the future. If you need to refine any medicinal pellets, just take the corresponding medicinal ingredients. I guarantee that you will receive medicinal pellets until your hands cramp. Looking at the old man and then at the towering cauldron, the two brothers were speechless. How many medicinal pellets would a cauldron as large as a mountain need to be refined this time? If it were blood origin pellets, one cauldron would produce at least 1,000, no, 5,000, 10,000, 20,000 pellets. To produce so many pellets in one cauldron would indeed be a miracle. We will have to trouble Senior to refine the medicinal pellets, said Zichen. Refining medicinal pellets has always been my duty. These are just minor issues. As long as the Earthfire is set up and the materials are brought, we can start at any time, said Cauldron Spirit smilingly. He did not show the seriousness of an elderly person. Zichen nodded and said, I will leave the materials to Qin Xing and Qin He. Let's refine the medicinal pellets as soon as possible. Zichen then turned to the two brothers and said, the trade fair will begin in 2 months. During this time, you must refine as many medicinal pellets as you can. Feel free to take the spiritual herbs and ancient beast blood essences in the treasury. The two brothers finally recovered from their shock and nodded mechanically. All right, I will leave this place to the two of you. I will come back in 2 months. Open the formation and send me out, said Zichen. Qin Xing controlled the hand seals and opened a path for Zichen. Zichen walked out. As soon as he walked out, he saw Wang Qiong. Wang Qiong was at the foot of the mountain. When he saw Zichen, he asked in confusion, "Why did you activate the defensive formation for no reason?" Zichen smiled and said, "There are things that cannot be revealed to the world. Once the news is leaked, it will bring trouble for no reason. It's better to be cautious." "What is it?" Wang Qiong asked curiously. "He's a supreme alchemy treasure I brought out from the Wuji sect. It's because of him that I dared to promise to give you so many pills at the trade fair," Zichen said. "If you're curious, you can go in and take a look. You'll definitely be surprised. I'll go another day. This is for you." Wang Qiong took out a token. It was the Pavilion Master token that Zichen had given him. Zichen took the token and said, "You've worked hard for so many years. This is not only your heavenly barbarian pavilion, but also mine." Wang Qiong smiled. The two of them walked side by side in silence. After a long time, Zichen asked, "Is there still no news from Xiana?" "No." Wang Qiong shook his head. "Why didn't you stop her when she wanted to leave?" "I did, but she said that she believed that you were not dead. However, she also expected that you would be very powerful after breaking through. Therefore, she did not want to be a burden to you. She wanted to become stronger and become your capable helper," Wang Qiong said with a low sigh. "She's so silly. Didn't I become stronger to protect her?" Zichen muttered. His bright eyes were absent-minded for once. That night, Wang Qiong and the others held a celebration for Zichen to welcome his return after breaking through. During the banquet, Zichen got to know some cultivators who had broken through to the mid-stage primal core realm in the past 30 years. The banquet ended very late. Vice Pavilion Master Wang Qiong was also drunk that night and was carried away. Other than that, the other stewards also drank a lot. They all said that the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion was about to rise with Zichen's return. "You've worked hard all these years." Zichen raised his wine cup and toasted everyone. The next morning, Zichen came to the main hall early and sat on the Pavilion Master's seat. Not long after, Heifeng entered the main hall. He wanted to tell Zichen in detail about what had happened in the past 30 years, as well as the current situation and changes of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. Wang Qiong was supposed to tell him, but the latter had drunk too much yesterday and was still unconscious. Many things had happened in the past 30 years. If he had to tell them in detail, he would not be able to finish it in a few months. Therefore, Heifeng chose the main points and gave a rough summary. "All these years, we have been cultivating primordial core cultivators. Currently, our Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion has more than 300 early-stage primordial core cultivators. All of them have withstood the Heavenly Lightning Tribulation on their own, and all of them have been given elixir weapons. There are also more than 20 mid-stage primordial core cultivators, and all of them have been given good-grade elixir weapons. As for late-stage primordial core cultivators, no one has broken through yet. Generally speaking, the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion had been developing in a good direction for the past 30 years. In the entire Chaotic Lands, the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion was definitely ranked among the top. However, there were not enough powerhouses in the pavilion, and Tyrant and the others had left one after another. They could not be used as a deterrent. However, in the past 30 years, other than the Qin family, Wang Qiong had handled everything well. Wang Qiong had contributed a lot to the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion's success today. Now that Zichen had returned, he represented the return of a powerhouse. He alone was enough to fight against many inner core cultivators in the late stage. Therefore, the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion was about to rise. Heifeng picked out the main points of what had happened in the past 30 years and spoke for a full 4 hours. Conflicts between forces? Zichen frowned slightly when he heard this. Yes. In the past few years, many forces have been intentionally or unintentionally targeting the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. There have also been many conflicts in the open and in the dark, Heifeng said. Zichen nodded. Conflicts between forces seemed to be very normal. It was the same for the major forces in the barbarian land in the past. It was still the same in the chaotic lands. As long as one was in a force, there would definitely be conflicts. If one wanted to have a higher chance of winning in a conflict, other than being strong, one had to find more allies. Looks like it's time to consider this problem, Zichen sighed softly. 4 hours later, Heifeng finished his report and left. Then, Zichen also left the main hall. After walking out of the main hall, he went straight to Ling Er's residence. It was time to guide Ling Er on the path of cultivation. Ling Er's residence was not far from Zichen's. 2 female cultivators were in charge of her daily life. When they saw Zichen, the female cultivators bowed respectfully. "Where's Ling Er?" Zichen waved his hand and motioned for the 2 to rise. "Pavilion Master, Miss Ling Er is resting in her room. It's already so late and she's not up yet." Zichen was a little surprised. "No, and Miss Ling Er didn't allow us to disturb her." "All right, you may leave." As he spoke, Zichen walked towards Ling Er's room. It was almost noon, but Ling Er had not woken up yet. Zichen thought that she should be tired. After all, she was just a mortal, but she had followed him so far. However, as soon as he approached Ling Er's room, Zichen felt a familiar chill spreading out from Ling Er's room. This was a chill that belonged to extreme yin, and only Zichen was able to sense it. Could it be that she's tired from the recent journey, and the cold yin energy has gone berserk again? Zichen's expression changed slightly as he directly entered Ling Er's room. At that moment, Ling Er was lying on the bed. Her face was filled with pain and her lips were pale. There was a faint energy that resembled ice mist surrounding her body. The chill in the room was extremely dense. As if sensing Zichen's arrival, Ling Er's eyelids moved, but she didn't open her eyes after trying a few times. Furthermore, her mouth trembled, but she couldn't say a word. "Don't move. Don't be afraid. You'll be fine soon." Zichen stepped forward and pressed one hand on Ling Er's back. Finally, the extreme yin energy in his body surged out. This energy surged into Ling Er's body and drove the ice-cold aura in Ling Er's body through her narrow meridians. In addition, Zichen also mobilized the extreme yin vitality and circulated it through her body according to the circulation path of the perfect body. With the cold yin energy guided, Ling Er's cold body slowly returned to normal temperature. The painful expression on her face also slowly weakened. Remember the circulation route of this energy. In the future, cultivate according to this route, Zichen said. Ling Er completely relaxed when she heard that. She tried her best to remember the direction and location of the warm current. Zichen controlled the extreme yin energy and slowly circulated it through Ling Er's meridians. He didn't let Ling Er feel the slightest bit of pain. As it circulated, her meridians slowly expanded. Then, this energy merged into her bones and blood vessels. Zichen didn't allow this energy to enter Ling Er's dantian. Instead, he allowed it to fuse with her body. This was a true meridian changing and marrow cleansing. It was a cleansing of the body, creating a more solid foundation for the already talented Ling Er. After the energy completely fused into her body, 2 days and 2 nights had passed. Ling Er's body emitted a faint glow. She had yet to cultivate, but she already had a foundation that everyone was envious of. "All right, put on your clothes. I'll teach you the extreme yin arts now." Zichen stopped and heaved a sigh of relief. After 2 days of tempering, Ling Er's future cultivation path would be even smoother. In addition to the extreme yin arts, Zichen also passed on the perfect body to Ling Er. This was because the perfect body originally belonged to the Wuji sect. After learning the perfect body and the extreme yin arts, Ling Er could be considered to have embarked on the path of cultivation. Her realm also skyrocketed like a geyser. In just 3 days, she entered the peak of true energy level 5. This speed made Zichen sigh in amazement. Ling Er's cultivation speed reminded him of himself in the past. Before he obtained Lei Yuan, his cultivation speed was simply terrible. Zichen's time began to repeat. It was monotonous and boring. In the morning, he dealt with the matters of the heavenly barbarian pavilion. After that, he carefully supervised Ling Er's cultivation and pointed out her shortcomings. As for the afternoon and night, Zichen began to cultivate. After breaking through to the Dan Prime realm, Zichen could already refine the energy elemental core. When he was forming the core, he experienced the 9 yin 9 yang lightning tribulation. His spiritual sense had transformed and become stronger. Therefore, Zichen could refine the energy elemental core without any worries. He wasn't afraid that his spiritual sense wouldn't be able to control the energy. Unfortunately, the energy elemental core that had the ultimate energy was impure in Zichen's eyes. After refining the impurities, there was less than a tenth of the energy left in the energy elemental core. Chapter 710. Zichen's life was monotonous and repetitive. Qin Xing and Qin He, on the other hand, were busy refining medicinal pellets. It was not quite accurate to say that they were busy. It was more accurate to say that the two of them had been scolded for not doing anything proper for the past few days. "What are you holding?" Cauldron's spirit glared at the two of them. "Liquefied yuan essence and ancient beast blood essence. These are for refining blood origin pellets." Qin Xing held a gourd of liquefied yuan essence in his hand while Qin He held several large jars in front of him. These were for refining blood origin pellets in large quantities. "What blood origin pellets? Why have I never heard of them?" Cauldron's spirit questioned. It seemed that the two of them had infuriated him greatly over the past few days. It's a medicinal pellet that has the same effect as mid-grade yuan essence. However, when refined using this method, the ratio is as high as 1 to 10. That's 10 times the profit, Qin He explained in a low voice. If it were a few days ago, he would have proudly explained himself. However, after being lectured by the old man for 2 days, the two of them no longer had the confidence to do so. Sure enough, the two of them were about to be lectured again. "What? A blood origin pellet that has the same effect as mid-grade yuan essence? That pellet of rejuvenation is called blood origin pellet? What kind of lousy name is that? Furthermore, it only produced 10 times the profit after adding in the blood of ancient beasts and mid-grade yuan essence. Which prodigal son came up with this refining method?" After 2 days of training, the two of them had learned how to adapt to any situation. Silence. Seeing that the two of them had lowered their heads in silence, Cauldron's spirit felt bored after a few sentences and said, "So many things to refine but so few. What a waste. Go and get a few more spirit rejuvenation grasses. The older, the better. Also, get a few more 1,000-year-old serpent fruits and some low-grade yuan essence." Cauldron's spirit then listed a few medicinal ingredients. They were all relatively common 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs. Of the other items, only the low-grade yuan essence was the most precious. The two brothers memorized the items one by one. Soon after, Qin He left to search for those items. After 30 years, the treasury was stocked with medicinal ingredients. Cauldron's spirit had almost everything he wanted. Even if the treasury did not have them, they could be bought in the marketplace. In less than an hour, Qin He had found all of these items and returned. "Throw them in and test them first," Cauldron's spirit waved his hand and said casually. "You're just going to throw them in like that? Don't you need to melt them one by one?" Qin Xing was startled. Clearly, he was very knowledgeable about alchemy and knew some of the details of alchemy. "I don't need you to teach me that. Just throw them all in," Cauldron's spirit replied. Qin Xing glanced at the items in his hand. There were more than 200 drops of mid-grade essence liquid, which was the most valuable of them all, worth several million high-grade essence stones. As for the rest, they were relatively cheap, with only the low-grade essence liquid being slightly more expensive. If this cauldron was ruined, the loss would be around 6 to 7 million, which was still within the acceptable range. After that, Qin Xing and Qin He flew up and began to throw all kinds of medicinal ingredients into the huge pill cauldron. "Just throw in 100 drops of mid-grade essence liquid. Throw in all the low-grade essence liquid," Cauldron Spirit said in a rather dissatisfied manner. In the past, when refining pellets, all the medicinal ingredients added together could fill up at least half a cauldron. But now, they can't even cover the bottom of the cauldron. The duo chose to ignore Cauldron Spirit's complaints. As one medicinal ingredient after another was thrown in, the surface of the pill cauldron began to glow. Qin Xing lowered his head and looked down. He discovered that one formation after another lit up within the deep cauldron. Numerous medicinal ingredients were thrown into the numerous formations. Are we going to use formations to melt the ingredients? But there are so many ingredients and they all have different melting points. How are we going to control the heat? Qin Xing was rather dumbfounded. Hurry up and come down to draw out the earth fire. There are only 2 months left. We need to hurry, Cauldron Spirit said when he saw that the duo's heads were about to drill into the pill cauldron. Following Cauldron Spirit's instructions, the duo came down and began drawing out the earth fire. As the hand seals were activated, the underground formation opened up. Moments later, the earth fire gushed out from the ground like a fountain. Senior, to what extent should we maintain the fire? Qin Xing asked. Time is of the essence. The fire must be as big as possible, Cauldron Spirit said indifferently. At this moment, he had entered a state of refining medicine. He stood outside the pill cauldron and began to form hand seals. Then, one hand seal after another landed on the pill cauldron. As the earth fire continued to gush out, the medicinal ingredients and the blood of the ancient beasts in the pill cauldron began to melt. Every ingredient had reached the melting point. Sun Jian stood to the side and watched silently. There was nothing he could do to help at the moment. The earth fire was maintained to the maximum extent that the duo could control for 2 full days. After 2 days, a sweet fragrance wafted out from the pill cauldron. Rich spiritual energy gushed out from the cauldron cover. This was the sign that the pills were about to be completed. The duo was dumbfounded by the speed of the refinement. All right, withdraw the fire. After 2 full days, Cauldron Spirit spoke again. This was the first time he had spoken during the 2 days of refining medicine. The blue flames retracted into the ground. Although the flames were gone, the sweet fragrance wafted out from the mouth of the pill cauldron became even more intense. This exotic fragrance lasted for 4 hours. After 4 hours, the entire mountain peak was filled with the intense fragrance of medicinal pellets. The pills are done. Prepare to withdraw the pills. While Cauldron Spirit was speaking, the lid of the pill cauldron opened. Numerous medicinal pellets poured down from the sky. Faced with such a situation, the duo should have flown up, wrapped the medicinal pellets with their energy, and released them separately. However, the 2 of them were completely dumbfounded. Before they could even react, the numerous medicinal pills had smashed into their bodies. The round and smooth blood essence pills smashed into their bodies before falling to the ground, bouncing and rolling into the distance. Are you dumb? Hurry up and withdraw the pellets, Cauldron Spirit shouted when he saw the fruits of his labor being wasted. It was only then that the 2 brothers came to their senses. They looked at each other and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. There were more than 3,000 medicinal pellets. What kind of concept was this? 1 to 30. Previously, the Qin family claimed that their refining skills had reached the pinnacle. But compared to Cauldron Spirit, the difference was like heaven and earth. After counting the pellets, the duo was once again astonished. 100 drops of mid-grade elemental liquid had produced a total of 4,449 blood origin pellets. Qin Xing had swallowed one of the pellets to test its efficacy. The profit was as high as 1 to 45. But the efficacy of the pellets was indeed better than the Qin family's. Be it quality, quantity, or time, Cauldron Spirit's pellets were far superior to the Qin family's. Seeing the astonishment on the duo's faces, Cauldron Spirit proudly said, "This is nothing. It is merely a perfect combination of the effects of the blood of the primordial beasts and the elemental liquid. At most, this can be considered a trick, not a skill." This can't be considered a skill? The duo was stupefied. They did not realize that Cauldron Spirit was just showing off. All right, what other medicinal pellets do you want to make? Let me have a look at them first. After that, we can start mass producing, said Cauldron Spirit. This time, the duo was much more proactive. Evidently, they had learned the newest medicinal pellet formula for the blood origin pellet. Soon after, they tested the remaining medicinal pellets. Cauldron Spirit also made improvements to all the medicinal pellets. Among them, the improvements to the pellets were the most significant. Furthermore, Cauldron Spirit proposed many spiritual medicines. The duo was very busy. Some of the spiritual medicines that the duo were unable to obtain from the upper echelons of the treasury due to their insufficient grade had alarmed Zichen. Zichen did not inquire about the duo's progress as their excited expressions had already told him everything. After that, Zichen gave the duo special privileges to take whatever they wanted. At the same time, he also told them to bring cauldron spirit to the treasury when they had the time and see if those items could be used to refine other medicinal pellets. 10 days later, the patriarch of the Liu family came to visit. Zichen received him in the main hall. Pavilion Master Zichen, these are the medicinal pellets that my Liu family has been refining over the years. They might be of use in the trade fair. I have brought them all here especially for you. Pavilion Master Zichen, the patriarch of the Liu family, went straight to the point after entering the main hall and took out many items. These were the medicinal pellets that he had saved up after serving the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion for the past 30 years. Among them, there were 10 premium quality pellet weapons, 3 premium quality defensive leather armors, and 1 supreme quality pellet weapon. If these items were put up for auction, they would definitely fetch a sky-high price. These are the things that your Liu clan deserves. You should stay at the trade fair to exchange for the things that the Liu clan needs, Zichen said. The Liu family's refining skills were superb and their success rate was also very high. The fact that the Liu family had only used the remaining materials to refine these 14 items over the past 30 years proved that the Liu family was pretty decent. Pavilion Master Zichen, this is a small token of appreciation from my Liu family. I hope that Pavilion Master will accept it. Besides, these items were refined using the materials of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. If Pavilion Master doesn't mind, you may as well pay us a processing fee, said the patriarch of the Liu family. Zichen pondered for a moment and said, the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion must develop and so must the Liu family. I hope that the Liu family will become the strongest and most solid backing for the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion in the future. Of course, of course. If Pavilion Master is willing, my Liu family can immediately move to this area and serve the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. The patriarch of the Liu family immediately expressed his stance. Zichen waved his hand and said, that won't be necessary. We are cooperating on an equal footing and will not interfere with the Liu family's business. However, I hope that the Liu family can complete the items we need on time. As soon as Zichen finished speaking, the patriarch of the Liu family patted his chest and promised that there would be no problem. The time for this trade fair is a little tight. Moreover, the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion will enter the ancient beast world on a large scale after the trade fair. We do need elixir weapons. I will accept these items, but I will exchange them with materials of the same value. You can follow Hei Feng to get the materials later. Seeing that the patriarch of the Liu family was about to reject him, Zichen said, I said that the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion must develop and so must the Liu family. Therefore, we cannot let the Liu family suffer losses. Hei Feng, bring the Liu family to get the materials. Hei Feng acknowledged. The patriarch of the Liu family stood up and thanked him again. Just as the patriarch of the Liu family was about to walk out of the hall, Zichen suddenly said, I almost forgot. I have an incomplete piece here. I wonder if it will help the Liu family to refine weapons. As he spoke, a golden light spot shot out from between Zichen's eyebrows. This was one of the forging techniques that Zichen had inherited. At this moment, he had imprinted it with his spiritual sense and passed it to the patriarch of the Liu family. It was just a forging technique. There was nothing practical in it. The light spot entered between the Liu family's eyebrows. The patriarch's body shook. When he opened his eyes again, they were filled with excitement and shock. It was obvious that this item was extraordinary.